Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I still remember the day we found her, like it was yesterday, even though years have passed since that strange afternoon on the Oregon Coast Trail. My friends and I had planned a weekend hike to escape the noise of city life and to soak in the salty air. The trailhead was quiet except for the usual chatter of birds and the crashing waves somewhere out of sight. We were just getting ready to start our trek when we saw her. She was sitting barefoot right beside the big wooden welcome sign. Her hair was tangled, dirty, and her clothes looked worn and weathered from the elements. No shoes, no backpack, no phone, and nothing that looked like identification. She just sat there, staring out into the distance with those wide eyes that seemed both lost and oddly knowing. My first thought was that she was a runaway, or maybe a kid who had gotten lost hiking. I called out to her gently, asking if she needed help. She didn't respond at first, just kept looking ahead like she was watching something only she could see. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft but carried a strange weight, like she was used to being ignored. She said she had walked from the ocean, and when we asked if she needed water or food, she only asked if we had seen the white trees. The question caught us off guard. None of us knew what she meant, and before we could ask more, she blinked, and she was gone. We all froze. It was the kind of moment you don't expect to happen in real life. We looked around quickly. The beach stretched out in one direction, the dense forest in the other. No footprints in the dirt or sand. No sign she had walked away, just an empty space where she had been moments before. Feeling a mix of confusion and concern, we reported the encounter to a nearby ranger station. The ranger who took our story looked serious, but not surprised. After we finished, she leaned in and said something I still remember clearly. "That girl's been showing up here since 1998. I wanted to laugh it off, to say it was some local legend or joke, but the ranger's eyes told a different story. There was a deep sadness there, as if the trail itself held a secret too heavy to share fully. The Oregon Coast Trail is a wild and beautiful place, known for its rugged cliffs, ancient forests, and misty beaches. Many hikers have tales of strange sightings and unexplained sounds, but nothing ever prepared me for the girl at the trailhead. I tried to forget the encounter, thinking maybe it was a trick of the light or a hallucination brought on by fatigue and salty air, but something about her stayed with me. The way she looked, the words she said, and especially the way she vanished without a trace. I began to ask around, talking to locals and other hikers. Some mentioned a feral child rumored to wander the forests, a girl who appeared suddenly and disappeared just as fast. Others spoke of a ghost tied to a devastating storm that had swept through the coast years before, but no one had answers. The white trees, whatever they were, seemed to be a key. I learned that parts of the forest were home to ancient trees with pale, almost glowing bark. Some said the trees were sacred, tied to old legends of spirits and guardians of the land. I couldn't shake the feeling that the girl and the white trees were connected in a way I didn't understand yet. That night, I lay in my tent, listening to the ocean waves and wondering about the girl. Who was she? Where had she come from? And why did she keep appearing after all these years? The next morning, I went back to the trailhead, hoping to see her again or find some clue. The welcome sign stood tall, but there was no sign of her. just the whispering wind and the salty air. I touched the sign, feeling the rough wood beneath my fingers, and I wondered if the forest held answers, waiting for someone brave enough to find them. After that first strange encounter, I couldn't stop thinking about the girl and the white trees she mentioned. The phrase stuck in my mind, and I knew I had to find out more about it. So, when we weren't hiking, I started asking around town. The locals were a mix of friendly and wary, and while many had their own stories about the Oregon Coast Trail, most didn't want to talk about the girl. Some said she was a myth, others whispered about sightings, and a few just shook their heads, as if the memory was painful. One afternoon, I met an older man at the local diner who had lived in the area for decades. He was quiet and observant, his eyes reflecting the misty coast itself. When I asked about the white trees, his face changed. He leaned in and said they were a rare kind of alder tree that grew only in a few spots along the coast. Their bark was pale, almost glowing under the moonlight, and they were considered sacred by some of the local tribes. He told me that the trees were tied to old stories about spirits who protected the land and watched over travelers. People said the trees could guide the lost home or warn those in danger. But he also warned that some spirits were restless, searching for something they had lost. The man's words sent a shiver down my spine. Could the girl be one of those spirits? Or was she a living person somehow connected to the forest in a way I didn't understand? Determined to learn more, I borrowed a map from the ranger station and planned a hike to the areas where these white trees were said to grow. My friends were skeptical but curious enough to come along. We packed light and headed into the thick forest, the air cool and heavy with the scent of pine and wet earth. As we walked, the forest changed. The trees grew taller and older, their trunks thick and covered in moss. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Then, suddenly, we came upon a cluster of pale trees. Their bark was smooth and white, almost luminous against the darker woods around them. I felt an eerie calm wash over me, like we had stepped into another world. The air was still, and the only sound was the crunch of leaves beneath our boots. We paused, staring at the trees that looked like they belonged to a dream. While we stood there, I noticed something odd, a faint trail of small footprints leading away from the cluster. They were bare, like the girl's had been, but fresh enough to suggest someone had passed through recently. My heart raced. Could she still be out here? Was she close? We followed the trail cautiously, moving deeper into the woods. The path twisted and turned, sometimes disappearing only to reappear again. The light grew dimmer, and the sense of being watched crept over me. Suddenly, my friend Sarah stopped and pointed ahead. There, sitting quietly on a fallen log, was a girl. She looked about 16 or 17, barefoot like the girl at the trailhead, with tangled hair and clothes that blended with the forest colors. She didn't speak at first, just stared at us with those same wide, searching eyes. When we offered her water and food, she shook her head and asked softly, "Have you seen the white trees?" It was her. We didn't know what to say. We sat down nearby, not wanting to scare her. She told us she had been walking for a long time, trying to find something she had lost. She spoke of the ocean and the forest as if they were alive, guiding her steps. Her story was fragmented, but full of strange wisdom. She said she was searching for a place where she could be safe, where the trees would protect her. She talked about the mist that came and the voices she heard in the wind. We realized she had been out here alone for a long time, surviving without help. Yet there was something more, something beyond just survival. It was like she belonged to the forest, part of it in a way that was both beautiful and heartbreaking. We wanted to take her back to town to get help, but she was hesitant. She said she couldn't stay in one place for long, that the forest called her back. Over the next few days, we brought her food and blankets, trying to build trust. She taught us about the forest, the plants that healed, the animals that watched, and the sacred white trees that held the key to her story. We learned that she didn't know her real name or where she came from. She only remembered the ocean and the trees. Her memories were like fragments of a dream, sometimes clear and sometimes fading. One night, she told us about a great storm that had come years ago, a disaster that changed everything. She said she was caught in it and lost her family and home. Since then, she had been wandering, searching for a way to belong again. Her story matched the accounts of a devastating flood that hit the Oregon coast decades earlier, uprooting communities and changing the landscape. Some people were never found, their stories lost to time. I thought about how the trail and the forest held pieces of history and mystery, and how the girl was living proof of that. As the days passed, I noticed something strange. The girl would disappear at times, vanishing into the forest without a sound, only to return with stories of places and creatures we couldn't see. She seemed connected to the land in a way none of us could explain. Sometimes, when she spoke of the white trees, her voice grew distant, and her eyes looked beyond us, as if she was seeing something we couldn't. It was both unsettling and mesmerizing. We realized that the girl was searching not just for a place, but for herself, her past, her identity, her peace. One afternoon, we decided to take her to the ranger station, hoping to find some help or answers. The rangers listened to her story quietly, nodding with a mix of sympathy and caution. One of them, an older man named Tom, spoke about the girl we had seen before, the one who showed up at the trailhead now and then. He said she had been appearing on the trail for years, always barefoot, always asking about the white trees. Tom said she was like a guardian or a lost soul tied to the land, a living mystery that no one could solve. Hearing that, I felt a mix of awe and sadness. The girl was more than just a person. She was part of the forest's story, woven into its shadows and light. We left the station with more questions than answers, but also with a sense of connection to something greater. That night, as we camped near the trailhead, I looked out toward the dark forest and whispered a hope that the girl would find what she was searching for. The Oregon Coast Trail had given us a glimpse of something beyond the ordinary, a story of loss, resilience, and the deep bond between people and the land. And I knew that I would never forget the girl who walked from the ocean and vanished into the white trees. After our visit to the ranger station, the strange connection between the girl and the forest grew stronger in my mind. It was like she was a part of the land itself, an echo of something older and deeper than we could easily understand. My friends and I tried to process everything we'd learned, but no simple explanation fit. She was more than just a lost teenager or a wandering soul. She carried the weight of the ocean, the storm, and the forest in her eyes. We decided to spend more time on the trail, hoping to understand her better and maybe find a way to help. Every day we visited the places where the white trees grew, walking slowly through the dense forest and listening to the sounds around us, the rustle of leaves, the call of birds, and the distant crash of waves on the shore. One afternoon, as the sunlight filtered through the branches, the girl led us to a hidden part of the forest. It was a small clearing surrounded by the pale white trees she had spoken of. The ground was soft with moss, and wildflowers grew in bright patches of color. There was a sense of peace there, like the world was holding its breath. She sat down on a fallen log and told us more of her story, or at least what she remembered. She said the forest was alive, and that the white trees were guardians, watching over everything. She believed they could guide her home or help her find what she had lost. Her voice was soft and full of longing. It was clear that this place was important to her, but also that she was afraid to stay too long. She said the forest could be both protector and captor, depending on how you treated it. We talked about her memories, fragmented as they were. She remembered the ocean's cold touch, the feeling of being swept away by a storm, and the sadness of losing her family. But she also spoke of moments of beauty, sunlight on water, the scent of pine needles, and the quiet companionship of the animals. I noticed that when she spoke of these things, her eyes shone with a mixture of hope and sorrow. It was like she was holding on to a thread of something precious, even as it slipped through her fingers. Over the next few days, we tried to make her feel safe. We brought food and blankets, and sometimes just sat quietly with her in the clearing, letting the forest's calm wash over us. We didn't push her to talk or explain. We just listened. One morning, while I was exploring nearby, I found something unexpected. Beneath a cluster of white trees, half buried in the moss, was a small weathered box. It looked old and forgotten, covered in lichen and dirt. I called the others, and together we carefully opened it. Inside were a few items: a faded photograph of a family, a small carved figure of a bird, and a journal with worn pages. The handwriting was delicate and careful, and the words told a story of love, loss, and hope. The journal belonged to a woman who had lived near the coast decades ago. She wrote about the storms, the changing landscape, and her hope that her children would grow up safe and free. The last entries spoke of a great flood that swept through the area, separating families and reshaping lives. Reading the journal, I felt a deep connection to the girl and her story. It was as if this woman's words were a bridge to the past, a reminder of the lives touched by the land and the sea. We shared the journal with the girl, and for the first time she smiled, a small, genuine smile that lit up her face. She said the woman was probably her grandmother, and that the stories in the journal felt like whispers from her past. That moment felt like a breakthrough. We weren't just strangers anymore. We were part of a shared history, connected by loss and love. As the days passed, the girl's trust in us grew. She spoke more about the white trees and the ocean, about the voices she heard in the wind and the dreams that came to her at night. Sometimes she spoke of a path, a hidden way through the forest that could lead her home. We wanted to follow that path, to help her find peace and belonging. But the forest was tricky. One afternoon, as we walked along a narrow trail, the girl suddenly stopped and looked around with wide eyes. She said the forest was shifting, that it didn't want us to go further. We paused, listening to the silence around us. The air grew thick and still, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It was as if the forest was alive, watching us, deciding whether we belonged. The girl told us stories of others who had tried to follow the path but never returned. She said the forest was protective, but could be dangerous to those who didn't respect it. I realized that our journey was not just physical but spiritual. We were entering a world where nature and memory intertwined, where past and present met in the spaces between trees and shadows. That night, around the campfire, we talked about what we had seen and heard. We wondered if the girl was truly lost, or if she was a guardian herself, an echo of the past, a bridge between worlds. The idea was both comforting and unsettling. We knew that whatever her story was, it was tied to the land in a way none of us fully understood. In the days that followed, we continued to explore, to listen, and to learn. The girl became our guide, showing us the hidden beauty of the forest and the mysteries it held. She taught us to see the world with new eyes, to notice the small wonders, the way light danced on leaves, the patterns in the bark, and the songs carried by the wind. I began to understand that the white trees were not just physical places, but symbols of memory, loss, and hope. And the girl, with her quiet strength and gentle spirit, was a living reminder that some stories don't end, but continue to grow in the hearts of those who listen. One morning, as the sun rose over the misty coast, the girl stood at the edge of the clearing. She looked out toward the horizon, her face calm and resolute. She told us she was ready to follow the path, to find her place in the world. We didn't know where the path would lead or what awaited her, but we knew she was no longer alone. As she disappeared into the forest, I felt a mix of sadness and hope. The girl who walked from the ocean was part of the land, the trees, and the stories that shaped us all. And her journey, like the tide, would continue, sometimes hidden, sometimes seen, always moving forward. After the girl disappeared into the forest that morning, a strange silence settled over our group. We stood in the clearing, surrounded by the white trees, feeling the weight of what had just happened. It was as if she had been a part of the forest itself, and then simply returned to where she belonged. The sun filtered softly through the branches, casting long shadows across the mossy floor. There was peace in the air, but also a lingering sense of mystery. We knew that whatever path she had chosen, it was one tied to the land, to memories both ancient and deeply personal. The forest had kept its secrets well, but in those moments, I felt like I was glimpsing something timeless, something that connected people and place in ways that defied easy explanation. That day, we didn't rush back to town. Instead, we took our time walking the trail, absorbing the quiet beauty of the coast and the dense woods. The ocean's roar was a steady presence in the distance, grounding us to the wildness of the place. The salty air mixed with the earthy scent of pine and damp soil. It felt like the land itself was breathing, alive and watching. Later, back in the small town near the trailhead, I found myself drawn to the local library. I wanted to learn more about the history of the area, the storms, the communities, and the legends that might shed light on the girl and her connection to the white trees. The librarian was an older woman with kind eyes who seemed to understand why I was asking questions. She showed me old newspaper clippings and photographs, stories of the Great Flood decades ago, and accounts of people displaced or lost. There were articles about a storm that had changed the coastline forever, reshaping towns and forests alike. Some stories mentioned strange sightings of a girl wandering barefoot near the shore or the trailhead, always appearing and disappearing without explanation. These tales were whispered among locals, part fact, part legend, passed down through generations. I learned that the white alder trees were more than just a natural curiosity. For some of the native tribes in the region, they were sacred, believed to hold spirits and memories of ancestors. They were guardians of the land, protectors of those who traveled the forests and shores. This knowledge made me think about the girl in a new way. Maybe she wasn't just lost or broken, but was a part of the forest's spirit, a living reminder of its history and the people who had been touched by its power. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the girl's words, her search, and the stories of the land. The idea that the forest was alive in a way that went beyond the physical world was both comforting and unsettling. I wondered what it meant for her future and for ours. The next day, I returned to the trailhead with my friends. We wanted to leave something behind, a mark that said we cared, that we remembered. We gathered stones from the shore and arranged them carefully near the welcome sign, creating a small cairn. It was a simple gesture, but felt important, a way to honor the girl and the forest that had held her. As we worked, I noticed a figure watching us from the edge of the trees. It was a man, tall and weathered, with eyes that seemed to carry the weight of many years. He introduced himself as a ranger who had worked on the trail for decades. He told us stories of hikers and travelers who had encountered the girl over the years. Sometimes she appeared lost, sometimes calm and knowing, but she was always there, a part of the trail's living history. The ranger said the girl was a mystery to everyone, a symbol of the forest's power to heal and protect, but also to challenge those who entered its depths. He warned us to respect the land and its stories, and to remember that some paths were not meant to be forced or hurried. We listened carefully, grateful for his wisdom. It felt like we were part of a larger story, one that stretched beyond our own lives and experiences. Over the following weeks, the girl remained on my mind. I started writing down everything: the encounters, the stories, the feelings. I wanted to hold on to the memory of her and the lessons she had shared. I realized that sometimes the most powerful stories were not the ones with clear beginnings or endings, but those that lived in the questions and the spaces between. One evening, as I sat by a campfire near the coast, I thought about the white trees and the ocean, about the girl who walked from the sea and vanished into the forest. I understood then that her story was not just about loss or searching. It was about connection between people and place, past and present, seen and unseen. The forest, the ocean, and the girl were threads in the same tapestry, woven together by time and memory. As the fire crackled and the stars appeared above, I felt a quiet hope. Maybe the girl had found her place among the white trees, or maybe her journey was still unfolding. Whatever the future held, I knew her story had changed me. It had opened my eyes to the mysteries around us and the power of the land to hold and heal. I promised myself to keep listening, to keep learning, and to never forget the girl we found at the trailhead. She was more than a memory or a mystery. She was a reminder that some journeys are not about finding answers, but about embracing the unknown and the wonder that comes with it. The forest will always hold her story, and now, so will I. In the weeks that followed, the story of the girl and the white trees became something of a quiet presence in our lives. We went back to our routines, but that forest, that trail, and that strange barefoot girl lingered in my thoughts like a half-remembered dream. The more I tried to move on, the more it felt like the land itself was calling me back. I started to see the coast differently, noticing things I had never paid attention to before: the way the light shifted through the branches, the pattern of waves crashing against the rocks, the subtle sounds that carried on the wind. One afternoon, feeling restless, I decided to return alone to the white trees. I wanted to understand more, to feel that connection again. The forest was quiet, but alive in its own way. The soft rustling of leaves, the distant cry of seabirds, and the faint scent of salt and earth filled the air. I walked slowly, my footsteps muffled by the thick moss and fallen needles. As I reached the clearing, I saw something new: a small pile of smooth stones arranged carefully at the base of one of the pale trees. It wasn't there before, at least not when we had been last. I touched the stones lightly and noticed a faded ribbon tied around a branch above it. The ribbon was soft and worn, its color faded to a pale blue, like something left behind long ago. I sat down nearby and closed my eyes, letting the quiet wash over me. Memories of the girl's face, her questions about the white trees, and her stories of the ocean floated through my mind. It was as if she had left me a message, a sign that she was still here in some way, part of the forest's heartbeat. Over the next few days, I kept coming back, and each time I found something new. A feather caught in the branches, a pattern of broken twigs on the ground, a single wildflower blooming out of season. These small things felt like whispers, pieces of a story I was still piecing together. One evening, as the sun dipped low and the sky turned shades of pink and orange, I heard a sound that made me freeze. It was a soft whistle, clear and haunting, carried by the breeze through the trees. I knew it was the same whistle the girl had made when we first found her two short, sharp notes that seemed to call across the forest. I called out softly, not expecting a response, but hoping. For a moment the forest was silent again, and then the whistle came back, this time 3 times, closer and more insistent. My heart pounded, and I felt a mixture of fear and awe. I waited, watching the shadows, but saw nothing. Still, I knew she was near, watching, waiting. I told my friends about the whistles when I returned, and together we planned another visit. This time, we wanted to find her, to understand more about the connection between her, the white trees, and the ocean. We prepared carefully, bringing food, blankets, and a small notebook to write down everything. The hike back to the clearing was quieter than before, each of us lost in thought. The weight of the unknown hung between us, but also a sense of purpose. When we arrived, the clearing was bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. The pale trees stood tall and silent, their bark almost glowing in the fading sun. We settled around the cairn of stones, waiting and listening. The air was cool, and the scent of the sea was stronger here. The forest seemed to hold its breath. As twilight deepened, the soft whistle returned, weaving through the trees like a song. We followed the sound, moving slowly and carefully along a narrow path the girl had once shown us. The trail led us deeper into the forest than before, to a small hidden cove where the ocean met the land in a quiet embrace. Waves lapped gently against the shore, and the sky was streaked with stars. There, sitting on a rock near the water, was the girl. She looked as if she had been waiting for us, her eyes reflecting the moonlight and the vastness of the sea. She smiled softly but didn't speak at first. We sat down beside her, feeling the cool breeze and the steady rhythm of the waves. She told us that the ocean was part of her story, the place where she began and the place she longed to return to. She spoke of the storm that had changed everything, and of the white trees that held memories like a living book. Her voice was calm but filled with a deep sadness. She said she had been searching for a way to heal, to find peace in a world that had been broken for her. We listened, understanding that her journey was far from over. The forest and ocean were both home and prison, places of beauty and loss intertwined. As the night wore on, she shared a secret. There was a place where the white trees grew thickest, where the veil between worlds was thinnest. It was a place where she could rest but also be free. We promised to help her find it, to walk the path together. The next days were a mix of hope and challenge. The forest tested us with tangled undergrowth, sudden storms, and the weight of silence. But the girl guided us, her presence steady and sure. Along the way, we discovered more about the land's history, stories of families lost to the floods, communities rebuilt, and spirits that lingered like shadows in the mist. We found signs left by others, carvings in bark, stones stacked in patterns, and faded ribbons tied to branches. These were marks of people who had walked the trail before us, searching for answers or connection. The journey became a shared experience, weaving our stories with the forest's ancient ones. One evening we reached the heart of the white trees, a grove so dense and pale it seemed otherworldly. The air here was thick with silence and possibility. The girl stood quietly, her eyes closed, as if listening to a song only she could hear. Then she opened her eyes and looked at us, her expression peaceful. She said this was the place she had been seeking, the place where she could finally rest and remember. We sat with her as the sun set, the light fading to twilight. The forest around us seemed to breathe, alive with memories and secrets. In that moment, I felt a deep connection to the girl, to the land, and to the stories that shape us all. Her journey had touched something timeless, a reminder that even in loss, there is hope, and even in silence, there is story. As we made our way back to the trailhead, I knew that the girl who walked from the ocean was no longer lost. She was part of the forest, the white trees, and the sea. And her story would live on, whispered in the wind and carried by the waves. The day we reached the heart of the white trees felt like crossing a threshold into something sacred. The grove was unlike anything I had ever seen, a cluster of ancient pale trunks stretching upward, their branches intertwining so tightly that only soft, diffused light filtered through. The air was thick and cool, smelling faintly of salt and moss, and an almost tangible stillness settled over everything. The girl stood in the center of the grove, barefoot and calm, her eyes scanning the space as if it held memories she had been waiting years to uncover. I remember feeling both awe and a kind of gentle sorrow, knowing this place was deeply tied to her, and maybe to the land's own story of loss and endurance. We all gathered quietly around her, the forest seeming to hold its breath. She spoke softly about how this grove was where the ocean's sorrow met the forest's strength, a place where stories ended, but also began. The white trees, she said, were keepers of those stories, standing guard over the memories of people, storms, and time itself. Her voice trembled when she talked about the storm that had changed her life, the floodwaters that came like a wall, sweeping away homes, families, and futures. She remembered being separated from her family in that chaos, caught between water and wood, and losing everything she had known. That loss had become part of the forest and sea, and part of her too. But this grove, she said, was a place where she could finally lay down her burdens, where the trees would hold her story with care, and where she could find rest. We spent hours there, sitting among the white trunks, listening to the soft hum of the forest and the distant murmur of the ocean. There was no need for words. The space itself spoke of healing and grace. As twilight deepened, the girl stood and moved slowly to the base of a large tree, whose bark shimmered almost like it was glowing from within. She pressed her palm against the trunk and closed her eyes. For a long moment she was still, and then a faint smile touched her lips. She told us that the tree had accepted her story, that it would carry her memories and protect her, that the forest was a place of endings and beginnings, and that she was ready to become part of that cycle. I watched her, feeling a mix of gratitude and sadness. We had helped her find this place, but it was also a goodbye. Before she left, she turned to us and said something that stayed with me. Some of us walk between worlds, not lost, but searching. The forest remembers those who listen, and the ocean sings for those who care. She stepped away from the tree and began to walk deeper into the grove. With every step, she seemed to blend with the light and shadows until she was no longer visible. The silence that followed was profound. It felt as though the forest itself had closed around her, holding her safely in its embrace. We stayed there a while longer, each of us processing what had happened. It was hard to grasp that someone who had felt so real could simply become part of the land like that, but it made sense in a way that was both beautiful and heartbreaking. Eventually, we made our way back through the forest, the white trees standing tall and silent behind us. The path felt different now, like a thread connecting past and present, loss and hope. Back at the trailhead, the welcome sign looked the same but carried a new meaning. The small cairn we had built before remained, surrounded now by wildflowers and fresh stones left by other hikers who sensed something special here. In the weeks and months that followed, the story of the girl became a quiet legend shared among those who walked the Oregon Coast Trail. People spoke of the white trees and the spirit who walked barefoot by the ocean, a guardian of memory and loss. I often returned to the trail, sometimes alone, sometimes with friends, always feeling a sense of connection to the land and to the story that had touched my life so deeply. The girl's journey was a reminder that some stories do not have neat endings. They live on in the spaces between trees, in the rhythm of the waves, and in the hearts of those who remember. Her presence taught me to listen to the land, to the past, and to the quiet voices carried by the wind. Life along the coast continued with its rhythms of storm and calm, loss and renewal. But for me, the trail and the white trees became a place of reflection and gratitude, a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary met. And somewhere deep in the forest, I believe the girl found her peace, held forever in the gentle arms of the white trees. It started with a text in the middle of the night. My phone buzzed at 3:02 in the morning, jolting me awake from a half-remembered dream. The message was from my boss. Just 3 words that made my skin prickle in the darkness. "Go outside. Let's talk." I lay there staring at the glowing screen, my mind trying to make sense of it. I could see his name at the top of the message, the same contact I had saved months ago when I first joined the company. There was no mistaking it, but why would he be texting me in the middle of the night, telling me to come outside? I texted back immediately, "Is everything okay?" I typed, my thumbs trembling a little. No reply came, not even the familiar 3 dots of a typing indicator. I lay in bed for a long time after that, the blue glow of the phone screen painting the ceiling in cold light. I thought about getting up, about going to the window and looking out into the quiet street. But I didn't. I stayed right where I was, listening to the soft creaks of the old house and the distant hum of the refrigerator downstairs. When morning finally came, I got up and went through the motions of getting ready for work. Shower, coffee, a half-hearted attempt at breakfast. But all the while, that text sat heavy in my mind, like a stone in the pit of my stomach. At work, everything seemed normal. My boss came in around 9, coffee in hand, his usual tired smile on his face. I watched him for a while, trying to decide how to bring it up. Eventually, during a lull in the day, I walked over to his office and knocked on the door. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual. "Did you mean to text me last night? About going outside?" He looked up from his computer, his brow furrowing. "Text you? No, I didn't send you anything." I pulled out my phone and showed him the message. His face went pale as he read it. "That's weird," he said finally. "I didn't send that. Look." He turned his phone around to show me his call log and messages. There was nothing there. No message to me, no record of any conversation. For a moment, we both just sat there in the quiet. The only sound was the low hum of the air conditioning and the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights. "Maybe it was a glitch," I said, though the words felt empty in my mouth. "Yeah, maybe," he agreed, but his eyes were troubled. I went back to my desk and tried to focus on work, but every time I glanced at my phone, I saw that message staring back at me. "Go outside. Let's talk." That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the moment over and over in my head, wondering if I had imagined it, if maybe I had been half asleep and dreamed the whole thing. But when I checked my phone, the message was still there, as real as anything. Around midnight, I finally gave up on sleep and went downstairs to make tea. The kitchen was cold, the tile floor icy under my bare feet. I stood there, waiting for the kettle to boil, and listened to the quiet of the house. My phone was on the counter, the screen dark and smooth. I couldn't bring myself to pick it up. After a while, I went back upstairs and crawled into bed, pulling the blanket up to my chin. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, and tried to convince myself that it was all just a mistake. But around 3 a.m, I heard it. My name, whispered just outside the window. I froze, every muscle in my body going tense. I strained to listen, my breath caught in my throat. Again, soft and low, my name drifting through the dark. "Come outside," the voice said. "Let's talk." I didn't move. I couldn't. My hands were clenched so tight around the blanket that my knuckles ached. I stared at the window, but the curtains were closed, and all I could see was the faint outline of the glass in the dim light. I don't know how long I lay there like that, listening to the silence that followed. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I remember is waking up to the pale light of dawn creeping through the curtains. I got up slowly, my whole body stiff. I went to the window and pulled back the curtain just enough to see outside. The street was empty, the early morning light painting everything in soft gold. Nothing moved, no sign of anyone standing out there in the night. I made coffee and tried to shake off the feeling of dread that clung to me. I told myself it was just a dream, that I had imagined it because of the text. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. At work, I didn't mention it. My boss seemed normal enough, greeting everyone with the same tired smile. But when our eyes met across the office, I thought I saw something there. A flicker of uncertainty, maybe, or fear. I spent the whole day feeling like I was walking through fog, every sound muffled, every movement slow. My phone stayed in my pocket, but I could feel it there, heavy and cold against my leg. That night, I went to bed early, hoping that if I was asleep before 3, I wouldn't hear it again, but sleep wouldn't come. I lay there in the dark, listening to the soft ticking of the clock on the nightstand and the distant rumble of cars on the main road. At exactly 3:02, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I didn't want to look. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might stop. But I reached for it anyway, my fingers trembling. The message was the same. Go outside. Let's talk. I didn't move. I didn't reply. I just stared at the screen until the letters blurred and my eyes burned. Outside the window, the night was still. but I swear I could feel someone watching me, just beyond the glass. I woke up the next morning with a dull ache behind my eyes, the kind that comes from not sleeping enough. The house was quiet, but it was not the comforting kind of quiet. It felt thick, like something was pressing down on the walls, making the air taste different. I moved slowly, every step deliberate, like I was afraid to wake something that might still be sleeping. I went through the motions of getting ready for work, but I could not stop thinking about the message on my phone. I kept seeing those words over and over, like they had been burned onto the back of my eyelids. Go outside. Let's talk. My stomach felt tight, and every sound seemed too loud, too sharp. When I got to the office, I tried to act normal. My boss was already there, his tie slightly crooked, a coffee cup steaming on his desk. He looked up when I walked in and gave me a quick smile. But there was something in his eyes that made me pause, a flicker of uncertainty, or maybe just tiredness. "Morning," he said. "Morning," I replied, trying to keep my voice even. I sat down at my desk and opened my laptop, but I could not focus. My mind kept drifting back to the text, to the voice outside my window. I kept telling myself it had to be a coincidence, a glitch, or some kind of prank. But no matter how many times I repeated it in my head, I did not believe it. Around mid-morning, I decided to check my phone again. The message was still there, as clear as it had been in the middle of the night. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of it. I even checked the number again, hoping maybe it had been spoofed somehow, but it was his number, no doubt. I thought about talking to him, about showing him the message again, but I could not bring myself to do it. I did not want to see that look in his eyes again, the one that said he was just as confused and scared as I was. Instead, I buried myself in work, forcing my mind to focus on the small, tedious tasks that usually help me feel grounded. But today, it did not work. Every few minutes, I found my eyes drifting to the window, the pale winter light making everything outside look washed out and unreal. At lunch, I went outside to get some air. The wind was cold and sharp, biting at my cheeks and making my eyes water. I stood there for a long time, watching the cars pass by, the people hurrying along the sidewalk. None of them looked at me. None of them seemed to notice the way I kept glancing over my shoulder. When I went back inside, my boss was in the break room, staring out the window with a frown on his face. I hesitated, then walked over. "Did you sleep okay last night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He turned to look at me, his brow furrowed. "Not really," he admitted. I kept waking up, feeling like there was something I was supposed to remember. I swallowed hard. "Like what?" He shook his head. "I don't know. It's stupid." I wanted to tell him about the voice outside my window, about how I had felt it more than heard it, but the words caught in my throat, and I just nodded instead. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I answered emails, made small talk with coworkers, all the while feeling like I was moving through water. Everything felt muffled and slow. That night, I sat on the couch with the TV on, the sound turned down low. I kept glancing at my phone, half afraid to see another message, half disappointed when it stayed silent. Around midnight, I finally went upstairs to bed. I stood at the window for a long time, staring out into the darkness. The street was empty, the houses across the way dark and quiet. I told myself there was nothing out there, that it was just the wind I had heard the night before. I closed the curtains and crawled into bed, pulling the blanket up to my chin. My heart was beating too fast, and I kept telling myself to breathe, to calm down. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw those words again. Go outside. Let's talk. I must have drifted off at some point, because I woke up with a start, my mouth dry and my hands clenched into fists. It was 3:02 in the morning again. My phone buzzed once, then went silent. I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I reached for it, my fingers numb. The message was the same. Go outside. Let's talk. I felt a wave of cold roll through me, my skin prickling with goosebumps. I lay there, frozen, listening to the quiet of the house, the ticking of the clock, the faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs. But underneath it all, there was something else. A low, soft whisper, just outside the window. I squeezed my eyes shut, telling myself it was just the wind, just my mind playing tricks on me. But I knew it wasn't. I knew that voice was real. In the morning I looked like hell. My eyes were red and puffy, my hands shaking as I tried to drink my coffee. My boss avoided my gaze when I came in, his face pale and drawn. I wanted to ask him about it, to tell him about the voice, but I could not find the words. Instead, I just sat there, the weight of the unspoken hanging heavy between us. Later that day, I found a small note on my desk. Just a scrap of paper, folded once. No name, no signature. I unfolded it slowly, my hands trembling. The words were simple, you know me. I stared at it for a long time, my heart thudding in my chest. I did not know who had written it, but I knew they were right. The note stayed in my pocket all day. I kept touching it, checking to make sure it was still there, as if it might vanish and take the whole strange experience with it. The words on the paper were simple, but they echoed in my mind with a weight that felt disproportionate to their size. You know me. I did not know who had written it, but the certainty in the statement was unsettling. At work, I tried to act normal, but I was distracted. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. I kept glancing at my boss, wondering if he was watching me, if he knew something he wasn't saying. But he seemed as tired and distracted as I felt. We exchanged polite greetings, but there was a distance between us that hadn't been there before. I considered showing him the note, but I hesitated. What if he thought I was losing my mind? What if he was involved somehow? The uncertainty was paralyzing. I decided to keep it to myself, at least for now. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the creaks and groans of the house settling. Every sound seemed amplified in the darkness. I kept checking my phone, half expecting another message, but it remained silent. Around 3 in the morning, I heard a noise outside my window. A soft tapping, like someone gently knocking on the glass. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The tapping continued, steady and deliberate. I wanted to look, to see who or what was out there, but I was afraid. I pulled the covers over my head and lay there, trembling, until the sound stopped. Eventually, exhaustion overtook fear, and I drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I checked the window. There were no marks, no signs that anyone had been there. I told myself it was just a branch, the wind, my imagination. but I didn't believe it. At work, I was on edge. I kept expecting something to happen, for someone to say something that would make sense of the strange events. But the day passed uneventfully. My boss was quiet, focused on his work. I tried to do the same, but my mind kept drifting. During my lunch break, I stepped outside for some fresh air. The sky was overcast, the air cool and damp. I walked around the block, trying to clear my head. As I turned the corner, I saw a figure standing across the street, watching me. I couldn't make out any details, but something about the posture, the stillness, was unsettling. I stopped, staring back. The figure didn't move. I took a step forward, and it turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner. I hesitated, then followed, but when I reached the spot, the street was empty. I returned to the office, shaken. I didn't mention it to anyone. What could I say? That I was being followed by a shadow, that I was receiving messages from someone who didn't exist. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. That night, I decided to confront whatever was happening. I set my phone on the nightstand and left the curtains open. I sat in a chair by the window, waiting. The hours passed slowly. The street outside was quiet, the occasional car passing by. At exactly 3 a.m, my phone buzzed. I picked it up, my hands trembling. The message was the same. "Go outside, let's talk." I stood up, heart pounding, and walked to the front door. I hesitated, hand on the doorknob. I didn't know what I was expecting to find, but I knew I had to face it. I opened the door and stepped outside. The street was empty, the air was still, the silence heavy. I looked around, searching for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. I took a few steps forward, then stopped. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded small and uncertain. There was no response. I turned to go back inside, but something caught my eye. A piece of paper pinned to the door. I reached out and took it, unfolding it carefully. The message was short: "You're not alone." I stood there staring at the words, a chill running down my spine. I didn't know what it meant, but I knew it was true. Whatever was happening, I wasn't alone. I went back inside and locked the door. I sat down, the note in my hand, and tried to make sense of it all. The messages, the voice, the figure on the street. It felt like a puzzle, but I didn't have all the pieces. I thought about my boss, about the confusion on his face when I showed him the first message. Was he part of this, or was he a victim too? I didn't know. I decided to do some research. I spent the next few hours online looking for stories of similar experiences. I found forums filled with people sharing tales of mysterious messages, voices in the night, unexplained phenomena. Some were clearly hoaxes, others delusions, but a few felt eerily similar to my own experience. One story stood out. A woman described receiving messages from a number she didn't recognize, messages that seemed to know her thoughts, her fears. She spoke of a presence that watched her, that whispered to her in the dark. She said it started after she began working at a new job, that her boss seemed unaware but somehow connected. The parallels were unsettling. I reached out to her, sending a message through the forum. I didn't expect a response, but it felt like something I had to do. As dawn approached, I sat by the window, watching the sky lighten. I felt a strange sense of calm. I didn't have answers, but I wasn't alone. Someone else had experienced this. Maybe together, we could find the truth. I didn't know what the next message would say, or what the voice would whisper next, but I was ready to listen. The day after I sent that message on the forum, I kept checking my phone for a response, but nothing came. I tried to tell myself it was fine, that maybe she just hadn't seen it yet. But deep down I felt that same cold knot of dread in my stomach, the sense that something was moving just out of sight. At work, everything was normal on the surface. My boss was his usual self, focused and polite, but I noticed he kept glancing at me when he thought I wasn't looking. Little flickers of worry, or maybe recognition. I couldn't tell anymore. Around midday, I decided to take a walk outside to clear my head. The air was crisp and smelled faintly of wet earth, the kind of smell that always reminded me of childhood. I walked slowly, my hands in my pockets, trying to shake off the feeling that something was following me. Every time I turned a corner, I half expected to see that figure again, standing just beyond the edge of my vision. When I got back to the office, there was a small envelope on my desk, no name, no return address. I looked around, but no one seemed to be paying attention. My heart was beating fast as I picked it up and slipped it into my bag. I waited until I got home that evening to open it. I sat at the kitchen table, the envelope heavy in my hand. When I finally tore it open, I found a single piece of paper inside, folded once. It was a printout of one of my social media posts from years ago, a photo I had taken at the beach, the sun setting behind me, my hair tangled from the wind. It was a happy memory, a moment of peace. But across the photo, in dark ink, someone had written, "I was there." I stared at the words, my hands trembling. My first instinct was to think it was a joke, some twisted prank by someone who knew me well enough to dig through my past. But the more I thought about it, the less sure I felt. There was something personal in the way it was written, something that made my skin crawl. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, the photo on the nightstand beside me, and listened to the house settle around me. Every creak and sigh felt amplified, like the walls were whispering secrets I couldn't quite hear. Around 3 a.m, my phone buzzed again. My breath caught in my throat as I picked it up, already knowing what I would see. "Go outside. Let's talk." I sat there for a long time, the message burning into my eyes. Part of me wanted to get up, to open the door and end this once and for all, but I couldn't. My legs felt like they were filled with lead, my body frozen in place. I finally set the phone down and pulled the blanket up to my chin, telling myself I would deal with it in the morning. But morning came, and I still didn't know what to do. I went to work as usual, trying to act like everything was fine. My boss greeted me with a tired smile, his eyes shadowed like he hadn't slept either. We worked side by side, but the silence between us felt heavy, like there was something neither of us was willing to say. I thought about asking him again, about the messages and the voice outside my window. But every time I opened my mouth, the words died in my throat. That afternoon, I got a reply on the forum, a short message, almost hesitant. "I know what you're going through. You're not imagining it. It's real." I read it over and over, my hands shaking. I wanted to ask 100 questions, to demand answers, but all I could type was, "What do I do?" The reply came quickly. "Don't go outside. Whatever it is, it wants you to let it in." I sat there staring at the screen, the words ringing in my head. Don't go outside. It was such a simple instruction, but it felt like a lifeline, a thread of safety in a world that suddenly felt unsteady. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, the TV playing softly in the background. I kept my phone on the coffee table, but I didn't touch it. At exactly 3 in the morning, it buzzed. Go outside. Let's talk. I didn't move. I didn't even look at the window. I just sat there, listening to the quiet voice in my head that kept repeating, don't go outside. Don't go outside. Minutes passed, then an hour. The message sat on my screen like a challenge, but I didn't give in. I waited until the first light of dawn crept through the curtains before I let myself breathe again. The next day at work, my boss pulled me aside. He looked tired, his eyes bloodshot and shadowed. Are you okay? He asked, his voice low. I hesitated, then nodded, just tired. He looked like he wanted to say more, but he didn't. He just nodded and went back to his office, closing the door behind him. I went back to my desk, but I couldn't focus. The day passed in a blur, my mind stuck on the messages, the voice, the warning. When I got home that night, I locked every door and window and turned on every light. I sat at the kitchen table, the envelope and the photo in front of me. I thought about the way the message had said, I was there, and a part of me wondered if this had started long before the first message. If it had been following me for years, watching from the shadows. I didn't know what it wanted or why it had chosen me, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to let it in. The days that followed felt like they blurred together. Everything outside of work and my house became a kind of static, like the world was moving on without me, and I was stuck in a slow motion loop. I kept going through the motions, getting up in the morning, going to work, pretending to be fine, but inside I was always listening for the buzz of my phone, for that quiet voice outside my window. At work, my boss seemed just as on edge as I was. He would start to say something, then stop himself, his eyes flicking to mine with that same haunted look I was sure I was wearing too. I wondered if he was getting messages too, if he was hearing things in the middle of the night. I wanted to ask, but every time I opened my mouth, the words caught in my throat. One night I decided to stay up again just to see if it would happen. I made a pot of tea and sat by the window, the curtains pulled back so I could see the street. The world outside looked calm, the streetlights casting long shadows across the pavement, but I could not shake the feeling that there was something just beyond the light, waiting for me to look away. At exactly 3 in the morning, my phone buzzed. I didn't need to check to know what it said. Go outside. Let's talk. I stared at the message for a long time, my fingers hovering over the screen. I thought about replying, about telling it to leave me alone, but I knew it would not matter. It would not stop just because I asked. Instead, I put the phone down and closed my eyes, focusing on my breathing. I kept repeating the words from the forum in my mind. Don't go outside. Don't let it in. When the sun finally came up, I felt like I had survived something, but I also felt more tired than I had ever been, like each night was chipping away at me, piece by piece. At work the next day, my boss called me into his office. He looked worse than I had ever seen him, pale, with dark circles under his eyes like he had not slept in weeks. He closed the door behind me and leaned against his desk. Have you Been getting any strange messages? He asked, his voice low and careful. I hesitated, then nodded. Yes, always at the same time. He swallowed hard. 3 in the morning. I nodded again. He sat down heavily in his chair, rubbing his face with his hands. I keep getting them too, he said, but when I check my phone in the morning, they're gone. No record of them at all. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Mine are still there, I said. They don't disappear. He looked up at me, his eyes wide. I think it wants you more than it wants me. The words hung in the air between us, heavy and final. I wanted to deny it, to tell him he was wrong, but I couldn't. Deep down, I knew he was right. That night, I got another message, but this time it was different. It was longer. I have been waiting. You know me. Come outside, let's talk. The words felt colder somehow, more deliberate. I sat there, staring at them, feeling like the floor had dropped out from under me. I did not go outside. I stayed inside, every light on, the curtains drawn tight, but I could feel it out there, waiting. I did not sleep at all that night. I just sat and listened to the quiet house, every small sound magnified by the silence. The next morning, I felt like a ghost in my own skin. I moved through the day like I was underwater, everything muffled and slow. My boss avoided my eyes, and I did not try to force the conversation. We both knew there was nothing either of us could say that would make sense of what was happening. When I got home that evening, I found another note slipped under my door. The handwriting was the same as before, small and neat, almost careful. It said, "You are almost ready." I felt sick as I read it, the words sinking into me like ice. Almost ready for what? I did not know, and the not knowing was almost worse than anything else. I sat down on the floor, my back against the door, and tried to think. I thought about the first message, the first time I heard the voice outside the window. I thought about the photo, the note that said, "I was there." All of it felt like pieces of something bigger, something I could not see clearly. I pulled out my phone and read through every message again, each one like a puzzle piece that did not quite fit. My mind kept circling back to that line from the forum, "Don't let it in." I decided then that I would not go outside no matter what, no matter how many times it asked, no matter how real it felt. I would not give it what it wanted. The next night I sat by the window again. I watched the street, the way the shadows seemed to stretch and move when I wasn't looking directly at them. At 3 in the morning, the message came again. "Go outside. Let's talk." I didn't move. I didn't even look at the phone. I just sat there, my hands clenched into fists in my lap, my breath slow and steady. Outside, the night was silent, but I could feel it. I could feel the weight of its attention, like a hand pressed against the glass. I sat there until the first light of dawn touched the sky, the shadows pulling back and leaving the world clean and new. I felt like I had won something, even if it was just for one more night. When I went to work the next day, I felt different, tired but resolute. My boss met my eyes for the first time in days, and I saw the same quiet determination there. We didn't speak about it. We didn't have to. We both knew that whatever this was, we were in it together. The final night began like all the others. I made tea, turned on every light in the house, and settled into my usual chair by the window. My phone lay face down on the coffee table, the weight of it like an unspoken question in the quiet room. I watched the street, the way the shadows played under the soft glow of the lampposts. Everything looked so normal, so ordinary, but the stillness felt charged with something I could not name. I thought about all the nights that had come before, each one a test of my resolve. I thought about the messages, the notes, the voice outside my window. I thought about my boss and the look in his eyes that told me he understood more than either of us wanted to admit. And I thought about that line I had read on the forum, the one that had become my mantra. Don't let it in. At exactly 3 a.m, my phone buzzed once. I did not pick it up. I did not need to. I already knew what it would say. Go outside. Let's talk. I closed my eyes and let the words wash over me, feeling the familiar chill crawl down my spine, but I did not move. Minutes passed. The room was so quiet I could hear the soft tick of the kitchen clock. I kept my breathing slow and even, my hands resting in my lap. Outside the window, the world looked unchanged. But I knew better. I could feel it. The weight of something standing just beyond the glow of the porch light. I thought about the figure I had seen that day on the street, the way it had watched me without moving. I thought about the voice in the dark, the way it had whispered my name like it was something it owned. And I thought about the note I had found that said, "You are almost ready." I did not know what it wanted from me. Maybe it was nothing more than to see me open the door, to see me take that first step outside. Maybe it was something older and colder than I could understand. But I knew one thing for sure. I was not going to give it what it wanted. I sat there until the first light of dawn turned the sky, a soft, pale gold. The message was still on my phone, the screen dark and silent. I stood up, my legs stiff and aching, and walked to the window. I pulled the curtains back and looked out at the empty street. The world looked so peaceful in the early morning light, and for a moment I let myself believe that it was over, that whatever it was, it had given up. I turned away and went to wake my son. He was still sleeping, his small body curled under the blankets. I brushed a strand of hair from his forehead and kissed his cheek. The normalcy of it grounded me, reminded me of who I was and what I was fighting for. At work, my boss caught my eye as I walked in. He looked better, the shadows under his eyes not as dark as they had been. He gave me a small nod, and I nodded back. We did not need to say anything. We both knew that whatever had been haunting us had started to lose its hold. The rest of the day passed in a gentle blur. I answered emails, made small talk with my coworkers, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I was part of the world again. The weight that had been pressing down on me for so long felt lighter, like I could finally take a full breath. That night, I did not sit by the window. I did not make tea or turn on every light. I let the house stay quiet, the soft shadows pooling in the corners like they always had. I put my phone in a drawer and left it there, refusing to let its buzzing pull me back into the fear. When I lay down to sleep, I felt the bed settle around me like an embrace. I closed my eyes and listened to the gentle sounds of the house, the pipes clicking softly as they cooled, the wind brushing against the glass. No tapping, no voice, just the quiet comfort of being inside, safe. I dreamed of the ocean that night, of standing on the shore, the waves rolling in and out, each one a soft hush against the sand. I dreamed of the sun on my face, warm and bright, and the feeling of being small in a vast open world. It was the kind of dream that left me calm when I woke, the kind that felt more real than anything else. In the morning, I checked my phone. There was no new message, no whisper in the dark, just the normal clutter of notifications and missed calls that life always brings. I smiled and put it back in the drawer. As the days turned into weeks, the messages stopped altogether. My boss and I never spoke of it again, but I could tell from the way he carried himself that he felt it too, the shift, the release of something that had been gripping us so tightly. We went back to our routines, our small talk and our coffee breaks, and little by little, the weight of those nights became just another story I carried with me. A memory that reminded me how close the past can feel when you let it in. Sometimes late at night, I still find myself listening to the quiet. I still watch the shadows, just to be sure, but there is no fear in it anymore. Just a quiet vigilance, a reminder that I am stronger than the things that tried to break me. I do not know what it was that haunted me, if it was something in the dark, or just the echo of old fears that found a new voice. Maybe it does not matter. What matters is that I did not let it in. And now, when I walk out into the world, I carry that knowledge with me like a shield, the certainty that no matter what waits in the night, I am not alone, and I will not be moved. When the school photos arrived that year, there was an immediate stir. Everyone got their copy, and at first glance, everything looked normal. Rows of smiling faces, the usual awkward poses, the bright spring sun casting soft shadows on the playground behind us. But then someone pointed out the missing spot. It was subtle, not a blank or blurred space, not even a gap where someone might have been edited out. The spot was just gone, as if the photo itself had folded in on itself to erase a part of the image. The background behind that spot shifted ever so slightly, like the grass and sky had filled in where a student should have been. We all knew who belonged there. She had a name, a face, a laugh that filled the room. Ellie. Ellie was part of our class from the very first day. She sat in the third row near the window, the one with the faded red curtains. Her desk was covered in scribbles, stickers, and taped-on drawings she made herself. She had that quiet way of watching everything without saying much, but when she spoke, you listened. I remember the wall by the art table where she pinned her pictures. Bright colors, weird shapes, a little universe she carried with her. We all admired her talent, even if we didn't always understand the stories behind her drawings. But when the school released the official class photo, Ellie wasn't there, and the school said she never enrolled. It didn't make sense. My parents, teachers, and even some of the kids remembered Ellie clearly. We talked about her after school, traded stories, even had her over to our homes. The teachers spoke of her too, complimenting her creativity during parent-teacher meetings. So why did the school insist she never existed? I asked my parents. They were as confused as I was, but they trusted the school. They said maybe she left before the photo day, or maybe there was a mix-up. But the photo said otherwise. I looked closer every time I saw it. The spot was just a little smoother, the grass bending where Ellie should have been sitting. The sunlight hitting the leaves behind her was continuous, with no break or shadow to suggest someone had been there and erased. One of my friends said it was like a puzzle piece missing, but the picture was completed anyway. I went back to the classroom to look for traces. Her desk was empty, of course, but the wall still had some of her drawings taped up, yellowed at the edges. No one took them down, as if trying to hold on to her memory. I found a notebook in the lost and found with her name on it. Inside were stories and sketches, her handwriting neat and full of energy. This was more than a mistake or a technical glitch. It was like Ellie was being erased from existence. I asked the teachers about her enrollment records. They seemed reluctant to answer, and when they did, the records showed no sign of her. It was like she had been written out of the official books. I asked classmates, especially those who sat near her. They all remembered Ellie, her quiet smile, the way she always had a snack wrapped in a bright blue cloth, her strange habit of talking to the plants by the window. I wondered if it was some kind of mistake or a strange coincidence. Or maybe something more deliberate. The idea that a child, a person, could be wiped from memory and records felt like a story from a nightmare. But it was real. The school photo haunted me, that perfect image with a hole where Ellie should have been. Who was she really? And why did it feel like the world was trying to forget her? After the photo surfaced and the school insisted Ellie never existed, things got even weirder. I started noticing little things that didn't quite add up, conversations that stopped when Ellie came up, teachers who looked away or gave vague answers when asked about her, even some classmates who acted like they didn't remember her at all, or who insisted I must be confusing names. I asked around, casually at first, then more pointedly. Some friends swore she was there, sitting next to them during lessons, sharing crayons and stories. Others claimed they never knew her, or that she left early in the year. It felt like the class was split between those who remembered Ellie and those who didn't. I wondered if my own memories were playing tricks on me. Maybe I had invented parts of her, a collective dream or a shared hallucination. But the drawings on the classroom wall didn't lie. The scribbles on the desks, the notes passed during recess, they all pointed to someone real. One afternoon, I went back to the school library. The librarian, Mrs. Jenkins, was kind but nervous when I asked about old yearbooks and enrollment records. She led me to a dusty cabinet in the back, filled with folders and faded paperwork. I asked to see the class lists for that year. Some names were typed clearly, others handwritten. I scanned each page carefully, looking for Ellie's name. It was missing. But there was a folder labeled Confidential tucked behind the others. It was locked. Mrs. Jenkins told me it was school policy not to open confidential files without permission. I asked who I could talk to for access, but she just smiled sadly and shook her head. I felt like I was chasing shadows. The mystery wasn't just about a missing student. It felt bigger, like there was something the school wanted to hide. I started talking to parents. Some were oblivious, others hesitant, like they knew but didn't want to say. Mrs. Harding, whose son sat next to Ellie in class, told me she remembered Ellie's parents, a quiet couple who had moved away suddenly. She said the family was friendly but kept to themselves. I asked if she knew why they left. She shrugged. No one does. They said it was for work, but it was abrupt. I wondered if Ellie had family at all. Some whispered that the child was fostered, or worse, that she was taken from somewhere and placed in the school temporarily. The thought unsettled me. I wanted to believe Ellie was just a regular kid with a family who moved away, but the holes in the story grew too big to ignore. One rainy afternoon, I went to the old classroom again. The teacher had left a few things behind, the worn-out globe, the stack of unread books, and on the back wall, one drawing still pinned in place. It was Ellie's, a strange picture of a girl standing alone in a field of flowers. The girl's eyes were closed, her face calm but distant. I traced my finger over the lines, feeling a chill. The drawing felt like a message. I took a picture and showed it to a few friends. Some said it was beautiful, others said it was eerie. I asked my mom if she remembered Ellie when she picked me up from school that year. She smiled, then frowned. Ellie? That name rings a bell, but I can't quite place it. It was like a fog had settled over our memories. I started dreaming about Ellie. In my dreams, she was always there, watching from the corner of the classroom or standing outside the school gates. Sometimes she smiled, sometimes she faded away like mist. I told myself it was just my mind trying to make sense of the mystery. One day I found a small notebook tucked inside the school's lost and found. The cover was worn, and inside were pages filled with handwriting that looked like Ellie's. Stories and poems about feeling invisible, about wanting to be seen and heard, about the loneliness of being forgotten. It was heartbreaking. I read it again and again, feeling like I was holding a piece of her soul. I wanted to find her parents, to understand the whole story. I searched local records and news archives. Nothing. No birth records, no family listings, no reports of the family moving. It was as if they never existed. The school's official line was that Ellie was never enrolled, never attended. But my memories and those of others said otherwise. I wondered if the school had made a mistake, or if they had deliberately erased her. Why would they do that? One night I stayed up late, staring at the photo again. The empty spot in the group of smiling faces looked like a wound. I wished I could reach into the picture and pull her back. The next day, I shared my findings with my closest friends. We talked about the strange gap in our history, the missing girl who was everywhere and nowhere at once. One of them suggested we ask the older kids, the ones who had graduated before us. Maybe they remembered more. We went to the local library and found some old yearbooks. Flipping through the pages, we found class photos from previous years. In none of them was Ellie there. We asked teachers and staff who had been at the school for years. Some recalled a girl who came and went. Others said they never heard of her. It was confusing. The more we tried to understand, the more the story slipped through our fingers. Then, one afternoon, I got a call from a woman named Mrs. Parker. She was an elderly lady who said she had been the school secretary 20 years ago. She told me a story I wasn't ready to hear. She said there was a girl who came to the school for a short time, but things were complicated, that the girl's family situation was unusual, and the school tried to keep it quiet. She spoke carefully, almost in whispers. The school wanted to protect the child, she said, but sometimes protecting means forgetting. I asked her what she meant. She sighed. Sometimes the system erases people, not because they want to hurt them, but because the world is too messy to hold every story. Her words stuck with me. I realized that Ellie's story was not just about a missing spot in a photo. It was about memory, loss, and the things we choose to forget. I wondered if Ellie was still out there somewhere, carrying the weight of being forgotten, or if she had become part of the space behind the photo, the silence between the smiling faces. I didn't have answers, but I knew I couldn't stop looking, because some people, some stories are meant to be remembered. And some spots, even if they seem empty, are never truly gone. After talking with Mrs. Parker, the old school secretary, a part of me felt like I was holding a fragile thread connected to Ellie's story. The idea that the school had tried to protect Ellie, but at the cost of erasing her was both heartbreaking and confusing. How do you protect someone by making them invisible? How does a child disappear from the pages of history like a forgotten dream? I started visiting the school more often, spending time in the old classrooms and hallways, trying to soak in any details that might give me a clue. The teachers were quieter now, more hesitant when I asked about Ellie. It felt like they were carrying a secret they didn't want to share. One day, I found myself standing outside the school library, watching the light spill onto the courtyard. I noticed the faint outlines of flowers blooming near the window, the same spot where Ellie used to stand and talk to the plants, or so I remembered. I wondered if she had left something behind, a mark only I could see. Inside the library, I searched through old newspapers and community newsletters. I wanted to find any mention of Ellie's family, or something about her sudden disappearance from the records. Instead, I found stories about other students, events, and local news, but no trace of Ellie or her parents. It was like her life had been wiped clean. At night, I dreamt of Ellie's missing spot in the photo. Sometimes it was just a void, an empty space filled with swirling colors. Other times, the background behind the spot would shift and ripple, like water disturbed by a stone. I could almost hear her voice calling from the space, soft and distant. I wondered if my mind was inventing things, or if Ellie was trying to reach out. One afternoon I met up with Sarah, a friend who had sat near Ellie in class. We talked about our memories, trying to piece together the fragments. Sarah told me about the time Ellie had brought in a small plant, a little fern she cared for. She talked to it like it was a friend, telling it stories and secrets. Sarah said she had never seen anyone like Ellie before or since. There was something special about her, a quiet magic that made the ordinary seem alive. I asked Sarah if she remembered anything unusual about Ellie's family. She hesitated, then said, "They were very private, never really talked to the other parents. I heard they moved because of some trouble, but no one knew what." It was frustrating, the way the story seemed to circle around without landing anywhere solid. I started looking for people who might have known Ellie's parents, neighbors, old friends, anyone who could shed light on the mystery. But every lead ended in silence or vague answers. One day, I stumbled upon a small group of former students gathered at a nearby cafe. They were older now, in their 20s or 30s. I asked if they remembered Ellie. Some did, some didn't. One man named James recalled a girl who fit Ellie's description. He said she was quiet but creative, often lost in her drawings and stories. He mentioned seeing her at the school playground, but said she vanished without warning. James mentioned something that stuck with me. He said the school had tried to cover up her disappearance to avoid bad publicity. That was a long time ago, he said. People wanted to forget. The word cover-up sent a chill down my spine. Why would a school erase a child to protect itself? The more I dug, the more I felt like I was uncovering a web of silence and fear. One evening, I went back to the classroom where Ellie's desk had been. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the room. I ran my fingers over the empty desk, imagining her sitting there, drawing or writing. The wall still held some of her old drawings, pinned up and fading with time. I traced the lines of one picture, a strange landscape of trees and skies swirling with colors. It looked like a world she created to escape to. I thought about the idea that maybe Ellie was never meant to be remembered, that her story was erased to keep something hidden. It made me angry and sad. I didn't want to believe a child could be forgotten on purpose. I wanted to believe there was a reason, a truth that would make sense. That night, I dreamed of the missing spot again. This time, the background behind it shimmered like a window opening. Through it, I saw a girl walking alone down a long path lined with trees. Her face was calm, but her eyes held a question. I woke up with a start, the image lingering in my mind. I felt like the missing spot was more than a hole in a photo. It was a door, a puzzle, a secret waiting to be found. The next day, I reached out to a local historian, hoping to find clues in old town records or archives. She showed me maps, census data, and school records going back decades. We found many stories of families who moved in and out of the area, some leaving under mysterious circumstances. But Ellie and her family were nowhere to be found. It was as if they had existed only in memory. I asked the historian about rumors or local legends. She told me about stories passed down about children who disappeared from the town, about places that seemed to erase memories. I listened, fascinated and uneasy. I started to wonder if Ellie's story was part of something bigger, a pattern woven into the fabric of the town. I went back to the school one afternoon and asked to see the principal. The current principal was kind but evasive. When I brought up Ellie, her face tightened, and she said the school had records for all students and that there was no record of Ellie. I asked if there were any unusual incidents or events that year. She hesitated, then said, "There are always stories, but nothing official. Sometimes memories don't match records." I felt like I was running in circles. That night, I sat with the school photo spread out in front of me, the missing spot staring back like a question without an answer. I thought about the power of memory and forgetting, how easy it was for people to slip through the cracks, for stories to fade. And I knew I had to keep looking, because some spots, even when they seem empty, hold the weight of 1,000 untold stories. I kept thinking about that day with the principal and the way she dodged my questions. It felt like the school was holding something back. I wondered if the truth about Ellie was locked away somewhere, buried under years of silence and forgotten paperwork. I was desperate to find anything that could explain the missing spot in the photo, the erased child, the fractured memories. One rainy afternoon, I decided to try a different approach. I visited the local community center where school events were held. The walls were lined with photos, posters, and trophies. I searched for anything that might show Ellie, a moment caught on camera that the school hadn't erased. I flipped through old event programs, newsletters, and yearbooks, hoping to stumble on a clue. In a dusty corner, I found a faded bulletin board with a collage of photos from a school art show years ago. Faces smiled back at me, familiar and unknown. Then, right there, tucked between two pictures, was Ellie. She was holding a painting, a proud smile on her face. The photo was small and grainy, but it was unmistakable. She was real. She had been there. She had existed. The joy of the discovery mixed with frustration. How could the school deny her existence when evidence like this was out there? I showed the photo to the community center staff, but they shrugged. "It's old," they said. "We keep everything." No one thought much of it at the time. That made me angry and sad. It felt like Ellie's story was scattered in pieces everywhere, but no one had bothered to put them together. I started asking more questions, talking to anyone who might remember her. Some people shared stories how Ellie used to sing softly in the hallways, how she loved to read stories about magical worlds, how she was shy but kind. Others refused to talk or said they didn't remember. A few looked at me with suspicion, as if I was stirring up something better left forgotten. I realized that sometimes forgetting is easier than remembering. Some memories are too painful or complicated. One afternoon, I went to the town archives. The librarian helped me dig through old enrollment records, newspapers, and council minutes. We found nothing about Ellie's family moving in or out. No birth announcements or obituaries, no police reports or social services files. It was like she had been scrubbed clean from the official record. But I found something else, an old letter, yellowed with age, tucked inside a file about the school. It was a handwritten note from a teacher, addressed to the headmaster. It spoke of a student who needed special care, someone who was different, someone who might need to be removed for her own safety. The letter didn't name Ellie, but the description matched her perfectly. It mentioned concerns about her home life, fears for her well-being, and a plan to place her somewhere safer. It hinted at secrecy, at decisions made behind closed doors. I felt my heart tighten reading those words. The idea that Ellie might have been hidden away to protect her was both comforting and tragic. I shared the letter with my mom, who listened quietly. "She was a child who didn't fit the mold," she said softly. "Sometimes adults make choices they think are right, even if they hurt." That night, I couldn't sleep. I thought about Ellie's life, the invisible threads connecting her to the school and town. I wondered if she had been taken somewhere safe or left alone in the dark. I thought about the missing spot in the photo and how it was more than just an absence. It was a symbol of what we lose when we forget. The next day, I visited the playground where Ellie used to play. The swings creaked in the wind, and the old slide was peeling paint. I sat on a bench, thinking about the years that had passed and the memories that remained. A few children played nearby, their laughter echoing. I wondered if any of them would ever leave such a mark on the world. I took out my phone and snapped a picture of the empty swing beside me, a small tribute to the child who once sat there. As I walked back home, I felt a strange sense of peace. Maybe Ellie was gone from the school and the records, but she was not gone from the world, not completely. She lived in the memories of those who remembered her, in the drawings on the walls, the stories whispered between friends, the missing spot in a photograph that refused to forget. I thought about the future and what I could do. Maybe I couldn't change the past or force the school to acknowledge what they hid, but I could keep Ellie's story alive. I could tell people about the girl who vanished from the picture but not from our hearts. I started writing down everything I knew, every conversation, every memory, every piece of evidence. I wanted to create a record that no one could erase. A record that would make sure Ellie was seen, remembered, and honored. Sometimes the hardest stories to tell are the ones that matter most, because they remind us of the cost of forgetting and the power of memory. I didn't know where Ellie was or what had happened to her after she left our lives, but I knew one thing for sure. She deserved to be remembered. And so I kept looking, kept asking, and kept believing. Because some spots, even when they seem empty, hold the weight of 1,000 stories waiting to be told. I started to realize that Ellie's story wasn't just about a missing child or a forgotten photo. It was about the way people choose to remember or forget. About the gaps in our histories and the secrets we bury to protect ourselves or others. I thought about how fragile memory could be, how easily it could slip away, reshaped by time, fear, or denial. I decided to keep digging, no matter how uncomfortable it got. I talked to former teachers who had retired, hoping they might share something new. Some were hesitant, others kind enough to reminisce, but careful not to say too much. One woman, Mrs. Lawson, remembered Ellie well. She spoke of a bright girl who loved stories and drawing, but who often seemed distant, as if carrying something heavy. Mrs. Lawson mentioned that Ellie had been moved to a different school mid-year, but she didn't know why. When I asked about the records, she looked away and said that sometimes it was better not to ask too many questions. I felt a mix of relief and frustration. At least Ellie had moved somewhere, but the mystery deepened. Where was this other school? Why had no one talked about it before? Why did the official records refuse to acknowledge it? I tried to trace Ellie's steps by visiting other schools in the area. Each time I was met with silence or vague answers. Some said they had no record of her. Others claimed she never enrolled. It was like the trail vanished as soon as I got close. Back at our school, the missing spot in the photo haunted me still. I looked at it again and again, wondering what it would take to fill that space, not just in the picture, but in our memories and histories. I started keeping a journal, writing down every detail, every conversation, every dream and thought about Ellie. It helped me feel connected to her, like I was holding on to a thread that might one day lead me to the truth. I also began talking to my classmates more openly. Some were hesitant to revisit the past, afraid of what we might uncover. Others were curious, willing to share their memories and feelings. We formed a small group, meeting after school to talk and remember. We shared stories about Ellie, her kindness, her creativity, the way she made us feel less alone. It was healing, but also painful. The more we remembered, the more we realized how much had been lost. One day, a former student named Claire showed up at our meeting. She had graduated years ago and wasn't part of our immediate circle. Claire had been a close friend of Ellie's before she disappeared. She told us things no one else had dared to say, how Ellie had confided in her about feeling scared, about strange things happening at home, about people she didn't trust. Claire said Ellie had talked about wanting to run away, to find a place where she could be safe and free. Her story added new layers to the mystery. It was no longer just about a missing student or a forgotten photo. It was about a girl trying to survive in a world that sometimes turned its back on those who needed help most. We listened, tears in our eyes, hearts heavy. Claire's courage gave us hope. It showed us that remembering Ellie wasn't just about looking back. It was about moving forward, about making sure no one else disappeared into silence. The group decided to organize a memorial at the school, a way to honor Ellie and all the children who had been forgotten or erased. We wanted to create a space where stories could be told, memories shared, and healing could begin. We worked with teachers, parents, and community members to plan the event. It wasn't easy. Some resisted, uncomfortable with reopening old wounds. Others were supportive, eager to acknowledge the past and create a better future. The day of the memorial arrived, and the school was filled with people. Students, teachers, families, and neighbors gathered in the gymnasium, surrounded by artwork, photos, and written memories. We shared stories, read poems, and played music. Ellie's drawings were displayed on the walls, colorful and alive. Her name was spoken aloud, remembered, and cherished. It was a powerful moment, a reminder that even when someone seems erased, their spirit can endure. After the memorial, I felt a shift in the school and community. Conversations started happening that hadn't before. People talked about the importance of remembering and protecting children, about the need to listen and support. Ellie's story became a catalyst for change. She had become more than a missing spot in a photo. She was a symbol of resilience and hope. But even as we celebrated, I knew the mystery wasn't fully solved. There were still questions about Ellie's family, her time after leaving our school, and why the records didn't match our memories. I kept looking, kept asking, because some stories don't end with simple answers. Ellie's story taught me that sometimes the hardest part is not finding the truth but holding on to it. Remembering means facing pain and uncertainty. Forgetting means losing pieces of ourselves. I realized that the missing spot in the school photo wasn't just an absence, it was a call to remember, to care, and to never let silence win. And so, I keep Ellie in my heart and my mind, a presence that fills the space she left behind. Her story is a reminder that every person matters, that every memory counts, and that even when we feel forgotten, we are never truly alone. The weeks after the memorial were quiet but full of meaning. Ellie's story had touched the school in a way no one expected. Teachers started asking more questions about students who struggled silently. Parents opened conversations about the importance of listening and noticing the small signs. It felt like a shift, subtle but real. For me, it was a turning point. The missing spot in the photo no longer felt like a wound, but a space waiting to be filled with memory, with truth, and with hope. One rainy afternoon, as I was sorting through some old boxes in the attic at home, I found something I never expected, a small dusty album filled with photographs from my parents' early days. I flipped through the pages carefully, not expecting much, but then I saw it. There, in one of the pictures, was Ellie. She was sitting on a bench with my mom, both smiling shyly at the camera. My mom looked younger, softer, and Ellie looked just as I remembered her, quiet, observant, real. My heart leapt. I called my mom right away and showed her the photo. She hesitated before speaking, then told me a story I hadn't known. Ellie's family had been part of our community for a short time, but they kept to themselves. There had been struggles, challenges that no one fully understood. My mom said she remembered helping Ellie's mother during a difficult period, offering support quietly and carefully. But the family had disappeared suddenly, leaving behind questions and silence. My mom's voice was gentle, but filled with sadness. Sometimes, she said, people leave not because they want to, but because they have to, and sometimes the world isn't kind enough to hold their stories. That moment felt like a bridge between the past and the present. Ellie was no longer just a missing spot in a photo or a whisper in forgotten halls. She was a real person, part of our lives and history, even if only briefly. I shared the photo with the group of friends who had come together to remember Ellie. It brought tears and smiles, a reminder that she had touched us all. In the weeks that followed, we started a project at school to create a permanent memorial for Ellie and others like her. We worked with teachers in the community to design a Gardena place of light and growth. Flowers, benches, and plaques, with stories and names, a living tribute to memory and resilience. The garden became a place where students could come to reflect, to remember, and to feel connected. It was a space that said no one would ever be forgotten again. Ellie's drawings were framed and placed in the school library, alongside books and stories that celebrated creativity and courage. The missing spot in the photo was no longer empty. It was filled with love, remembrance, and the promise to never let silence erase a life. On the day the garden was dedicated, a gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers. The sun shone softly through the trees. We gathered students, teachers, parents, and neighbors. We spoke of Ellie and the importance of remembering those who have been overlooked. I looked around and saw the faces of people who had once been silent, now speaking, sharing, healing. I thought about how fragile memory could be, but also how powerful it was when we chose to hold on to it. Ellie's story was a reminder that sometimes the hardest battles are fought in the quiet places, the spaces between the words and the photos. That the missing spots matter just as much as the faces we see. And that remembering is a way of loving. I knew the journey wasn't over. There would always be questions, shadows, and the weight of what was lost. But we had taken a step toward light, toward truth, toward connection. Ellie was not just a missing spot. She was a story of hope and resilience that lived in each of us. As I stood in the garden, surrounded by the warmth of community and memory, I felt a calm I had never known. The missing spot was filled at last, and with it, our hearts. It was late afternoon when I pulled into the gas station, the kind of dusty, single-pump place you'd see in the background of a thriller movie and think, don't stop there. But my tank was almost on E, and the next exit wasn't for another 40 miles. I was already running on fumes and pushing my luck. The building itself was squat, whitewashed, and faded, half its letters missing from the old signage above the door. There was a red neon open sign in the window, barely flickering to life in the dying daylight. I parked by the only pump, killed the engine, and checked the mirror. Nothing but a flat 2-lane highway behind me, empty fields and trees ahead, not another soul in sight. I grabbed my wallet, stepped out, and the heat hit me like a punch. Dry, still, and heavy. The kind of air that makes your skin feel sticky the moment you're out in it. There was no card reader on the pump, so I walked inside. The bell above the door gave a weak jingle, and he was already standing there behind the counter like he'd been waiting. He was older than I expected, late 50s, maybe early 60s, greasy gray hair tied back into a stubby ponytail, yellowed eyes that tracked every inch of me the second I stepped in. "Afternoon," he said, voice slow and low. "Hey," I replied, keeping it neutral. "Need to fill up. Pump one." He didn't move to activate anything, just looked at me a little too long before nodding. "Where you headed?" I smiled politely. "Just passing through." His eyes lingered. "Long drive. You going alone?" My gut clenched, but I didn't show it. "No," I said quickly. "My husband's in the car." He raised his eyebrows a little, like I'd surprised him. "That right?" he said. "Didn't see him. Must be the tinted windows." I didn't respond. Instead, I stepped back toward the door. "You want a bottle of water for the road?" he asked suddenly. "Hot day. You look like you've been driving a while." "I'm good, thanks." He reached under the counter, pulled out a small plastic bottle, and set it down. "Free," he said, smiling wider, "on the house." I stared at it, then looked back at him. There was something in that smile, too much teeth, too much intention, the kind of smile that makes your skin itch. "No thanks," I said again. I turned and walked out, feeling his eyes on my back the whole way. As soon as I got in the car, I hit the lock button. The engine fired up, the AC roaring to life. I adjusted the mirror, about to pull out, when something in the rear view caught my attention. The man. He was outside now, walking around the back of the building with his phone pressed to his ear. I watched him stop, glance toward my car, and then quickly turn away. A spike of ice shot through my spine. I backed out and hit the road. The sun was lower now, shadows stretching long across the asphalt as I sped west. No traffic, no signs, just miles of nothing, the occasional rusted mailbox at the edge of a dirt driveway. I kept checking my mirrors, nothing behind me but dust. I told myself I was overreacting. I'd watched too many horror movies. He was probably just being weird, small-town weird, the kind of too friendly that gets filtered through awkwardness and poor social skills. But I couldn't shake the look he gave me, the way his tone shifted when I said I wasn't alone, like he'd already decided I was lying. After 20 minutes of quiet driving, I let out a shaky breath and turned up the radio, trying to distract myself. And that's when I saw the headlights in the mirror. A truck. Big, boxy, pickup style. I leaned forward slightly, watching as it gained on me slowly, but deliberately. It wasn't the same car from the station. That guy hadn't been driving a truck. But something about it made the hair on my arms stand up. It didn't pass me, just hovered a little too close, far too steady. I checked for plates. There weren't any. No front plate, no rear plate. My stomach dropped. I tapped the brakes lightly, just enough to signal. The truck didn't back off. I changed lanes. So did it. I slowed. It slowed. I sped up. It followed. I gripped the wheel tighter. No towns nearby, no rest stops, just this stretch of highway, growing darker by the second. I pulled out my phone, heart pounding, and checked for service. 1 bar, maybe 2, then nothing. No signal. My hands started to sweat. I turned the volume on the radio down and tried to breathe, eyes flicking from the road to the mirror to the road again. Still behind me. I turned off onto a narrow service road, gravel crunching beneath my tires, dust clouding the mirror. The truck didn't follow. For a second, I thought I'd lost it. But then, just as I reached a bend in the trees, I caught the glint of headlights turning in. It was back. Slower now. Like it didn't care about keeping up. Like it knew there was nowhere else for me to go. I reached into the glove box, fumbling through receipts and napkins, until I found the pepper spray I'd bought months ago and never used. I held it in one hand while steering with the other. This was real. This was happening. I had no idea who was driving that truck, but I knew it wasn't random. I hadn't seen another car for over an hour. The man at the gas station had made a call. I knew it in my bones. He hadn't followed me, he'd sent someone. My phone buzzed. For half a second, I thought maybe I'd gotten service back. But it wasn't a call. It was a text. From an unknown number. You shouldn't have lied. I almost dropped the phone. I looked in the mirror again. The truck's headlights flashed once, then went dark. Still there. Still following. But now in the dark. No lights, no sound. Just the outline of a shape moving behind me. I pressed the gas. The gravel road turned narrow, tighter, lined by woods on both sides. No more signs. No more exits. Just me. And him. The trees closed in on either side like ribs. My high beams cut through the darkness, barely illuminating the road ahead, which had gone from gravel to dirt. My knuckles were white on the wheel, the pepper spray clenched in my other hand, shaking just enough that I had to rest it on my leg to steady it. The truck behind me wasn't using its lights anymore. I only knew it was there because I could see faint movement in the shadows, the slight sway of branches from displaced air. No engine noise, no headlights. Just the presence of something massive creeping through the woods behind me, using the dark like it belonged to it. The phone sat in the passenger seat. I kept glancing at it, hoping for a flicker of signal, anything. But it was blank, useless. The text still glared on the screen. You shouldn't have lied. I tried to think through the options. If I kept driving, I'd eventually have to stop. The road couldn't go on forever. If I turned off and tried to hide, I'd be easy to box in. I needed a town, a house, a person. But this wasn't the kind of area where you stumbled on someone's front porch. This was the kind of place where people had no trespassing signs and pit bulls. This was the kind of place where you disappeared, and no one asked too many questions. Another bend in the road, then another. Still behind me. Still no headlights. Then movement. Off to the right, a shape darting between trees, fast, low to the ground. A second person? I nearly veered off the path, jerking the wheel to avoid something that might have been nothing at all. My tires hit a patch of soft dirt and skidded before regaining grip. I hit the gas harder. Branches scraped the roof. The undercarriage rattled. Every bump in the road sounded like bones snapping under the tires. My brain was running in loops. Why me? Was this a thing? Something organized? A network? Did they wait at those back road stations looking for people like me alone, tired, just enough out of their comfort zone not to fight back? I thought about the man behind the counter, the way he smiled too long, the way he didn't even blink when I said my husband was in the car, like he was testing me. I failed the test. Now someone else was driving behind me, sent by him or working with him, and they wanted something. What, I couldn't guess, but nothing good. Then, ahead, something new. Lights. Not headlights, floodlights. Two of them, faint through the trees. I blinked, trying to make sense of them. A structure, a house? I kept driving, steering toward the light, desperate now. The road curved hard left and opened into a small clearing. A trailer sat at the center. Old, beat up, covered in rust and shadow. The floodlights were mounted high on poles, aimed down at the clearing like they were set up to deter animals or people. I slowed to a crawl, unsure if I was walking into safety or something worse. There was a truck in the drive. An old one. Not the one following me. My car coasted to a stop. I looked in the mirror. Nothing. For the first time in nearly 30 minutes, I didn't see the shadow of the truck behind me. Had it stopped? I rolled the window down slightly, listening. Crickets, wind, my own breathing. And then the screen door of the trailer creaked open. A man stepped out, mid-40s, beard, work boots, holding a beer in one hand, phone in the other. He stared at me. I hesitated, then opened my door, leaving the engine running. "Hey," I called out, trying to sound normal. "Sorry to bother you. I think someone's following me." He didn't respond. He took a long sip of his beer, eyes never leaving me. I stepped closer. "Did you see a truck come through here?" "Nothing." I took another step. He finally spoke. "What color?" My stomach twisted. He knew. He knew. Dark green, no plates. He scratched his beard, glanced back into the trailer. Then casually he said, "Didn't see one." He said it too smoothly, too practiced, like someone reciting a line. I backed away. "Sorry," I mumbled. "I'll keep moving." He didn't stop me. Didn't ask if I needed help. Didn't offer a phone or directions or even pretend to care. He just turned and went back inside. I got back in my car and reversed out of the clearing, nearly hitting a tree in my hurry. Back onto the dirt road. No more lights, no more houses, no more people. I drove. Fast. Every noise outside the car made my chest tighten. Every shadow was a person. Every tree was a silhouette. Then another buzz from the phone. Another text. "Don't trust the house." I stared at it in disbelief. Then my headlights hit something ahead. A second car, parked sideways across the road, blocking the path. My heart dropped. No one inside. I slowed to a stop, 10 feet from the vehicle. Just long enough to see the outline of movement in the trees again. Left side this time. Then the right. Then directly in front of me, emerging from the shadows, a figure. Not the man from the gas station. Not the man from the trailer. Someone else entirely. Wearing a hoodie, hands in his pockets. Standing perfectly still. And smiling. I shifted into reverse and hit the gas, heart slamming against my ribs. I didn't care where I ended up. I just needed to get away. My tires skidded across the dirt as I threw the car into reverse, gravel spraying out behind me like a warning. The man in the hoodie didn't flinch. He just stood there in the road, blocking my path forward, smiling like he already knew I wasn't getting away. The further I backed up, the narrower the road felt. The trees seemed to push closer, their gnarled limbs clawing at the side mirrors, tapping the roof like fingers trying to find a way in. I hit a bend too fast and nearly fishtailed, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. There was no way I was staying anywhere near that blocked road. Not with a stranger waiting and those half-seen figures in the trees. I drove backward until I found a clearing wide enough to turn around without ending up in a ditch. Once I had the car facing the other direction, I floored it. I didn't care if I blew a tire or cracked the undercarriage. I just needed distance. The sky was dark now, moonless. My headlights were the only thing lighting the way, bouncing erratically with every rut and dip in the road. At some point, I realized I was crying. Not sobbing, just this steady stream of tears running down my face, cold and silent. My hands ached from gripping the wheel so tightly. My lower back was screaming from the tension. I glanced at my phone again. Still no service. But the screen was on, lit up with the last text. Don't trust the house. What house? The trailer? Or was there something else ahead they didn't want me to find? That phrase spun around in my head, mixing with the memory of the man behind the gas station counter and the one outside the trailer, too calm, too blank, like none of this was new to them. I drove until the road smoothed out again. Gravel turned to cracked pavement, a small relief. Then, finally, I saw a sign. Millersville, 8 miles. Civilization, maybe. But after everything that had happened, even the idea of another town made my skin crawl. Who was to say they weren't in on it too? Still, I had no other choice. I kept driving, slowing only when I spotted another car ahead, this one parked on the side of the road, half hidden in the trees. I tensed up, easing off the gas. But no one was inside. It looked abandoned, dusty, like it had been there a while. Still, I didn't stop. Not until I reached the outskirts of Millersville. The first thing I saw was a small diner, its neon sign flickering, one of the letters burnt out. There was a payphone out front, the kind I hadn't seen in years. I pulled in, parked close to the building, and scanned the lot. 3 other cars, all empty. I didn't go inside. Not yet. Instead, I walked straight to the payphone, digging in my glove box for coins like it was 1,995. I called my sister. It rang once, twice. Then, hello? Her voice almost cracked me. Jules, I said, nearly whispering. It's me. Where the hell are you? I've been texting you all night. I don't have service. I looked around. I don't know. Somewhere near Millersville, I think. Something weird happened. Weird how? I hesitated. I think someone's been following me. Silence. Like actually following? Or... Jules, I'm serious. I stopped for gas. The guy was off. He called someone. And then this truck with no plates started tailing me for miles. There were people in the woods. A car blocking the road. I think I almost walked into something bad. Her voice went tight. Where are you now? A diner. I'm going to go inside and ask if I can use their phone to call the police. Just stay on the line. I'm pulling up your location now. Stay put. I hung up the payphone and walked inside the diner. The bell jingled, and a blast of warm air hit me, greasy and thick with the smell of fried food. A few people were seated at booths, none of them paying much attention. The waitress behind the counter looked up. "Evening," she said. "Help you?" I nodded, trying to steady my voice. "Is there a landline I can use? I need to call the police." Her expression didn't change. Not surprise, not concern, just still. "We don't give out our phone, hon." I blinked. It's an emergency. Someone was following me. "You're safe now," she said, her voice flat. "You can sit, get a bite. It's all quiet out here." No, I said, backing toward the door. I just need to make a call. Behind me, the door opened. I turned. A man stepped in. Not the gas station guy, not hoodie man, but his face was familiar. It took a second, then it hit me. He was in one of the pictures on the wall, a framed photo near the entrance locals, posing out front of the diner, smiling. I'd seen him just seconds earlier, standing in the photo. Now here he was, wearing the same shirt. He smiled at me. "Long night?" he asked. I didn't respond. The waitress glanced at him, then at me. Something passed between them, an understanding I wasn't part of. I stepped outside, letting the door swing shut behind me. My heart pounded. I ran to my car, jumped in, and locked the doors. The lights inside the diner flickered once, then again. I checked my phone. Still no service. No texts, no calls. Just a new notification from a number with no name. They already know you're here. I didn't scream. I couldn't. All I could do was start the engine, hands shaking so badly I could barely keep them on the wheel. And then, slowly, I backed out of the lot and drove back into the dark. I drove fast. Not reckless fast, just that kind of steady speed that keeps your mind from unraveling. My high beams stayed on, bouncing off trees and road signs as I put more distance between me and that diner. My eyes kept going to the rearview mirror, waiting for headlights, waiting for someone to step out from the trees. But the road stayed empty. Just the hum of tires on pavement and the soft rattle of something loose in my glove box. My hands were raw from how tight I'd been gripping the wheel all night. Every muscle in my back ached. My head throbbed behind my eyes like my body was screaming for sleep, but my mind refused to shut down. The text stayed open on my phone. They already know you're here. I didn't know what that meant, not really. But every person I'd seen since leaving the gas station, the man behind the counter, the guy at the trailer, the man in the hoodie, the people at the diner, they all felt connected. And now it felt like Millersville wasn't just a stop on the map. It was part of something bigger, something I'd accidentally walked into. I thought back to the gas station again, how the man had smiled too wide, how he'd insisted I take the water. He'd tried to slow me down, tried to keep me there. Why? What would have happened if I'd stayed even 5 minutes longer? I passed a faded sign for another county and noticed my gas was low again. A quarter tank, maybe a little less. I hadn't seen another station in miles. I didn't want to stop again, but I couldn't risk breaking down in the middle of nowhere either. 10 more minutes passed before I spotted a sign, gas, 2 miles. I hesitated, then took the exit. The road dipped, leading into a denser patch of woods, darker than before. The trees here leaned closer to the road, casting long shadows that looked like figures standing still. Then I saw the station. Small, old, lit by a single overhead bulb flickering like it was on its last breath. But it was open. The neon sign buzzed in the window, the only color in a world gone gray. I pulled in slowly, scanning the lot. One car parked on the side, No one inside. The building itself was quiet, no movement behind the glass. I hesitated, then grabbed my wallet, leaving my phone on the seat. I wasn't going far. As soon as I stepped out, the night air hit me cool, sharp, like the first time I'd really felt the weather since this all began. I approached the pump. Card reader broken. Of course. I headed for the door, mentally rehearsing what I'd say. Keep it short, pay for gas, don't talk too much, trust no one. I pushed the door open, and the bell jingled. Behind the counter was a woman in her 40s. Dark hair pulled back, heavy makeup. She looked up and gave me a small, tired smile. "Evening," she said. "Hi, just $10 on pump 1. She nodded, didn't ask any questions, took my card, ran it. I watched her closely. No weird smile. No lingering eye contact. No questions about whether I was alone. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "Bathroom's out back if you need it," she said, pointing toward the side door. "I'm good. Just needed the gas." She handed back my card. "Be safe out there." For once, it sounded like she meant it. I nodded and turned to leave. I made it halfway to the pump before I saw the man. He was standing across the road, just at the edge of the tree line, still watching. Same hoodie, same outline, same person from earlier. He hadn't followed me in a car. He'd walked. Or maybe he'd been there the whole time. I turned back toward the station, ready to run, to shout, to warn the woman. But when I looked through the window, she was gone. Not behind the counter. Not anywhere. I stood frozen, staring. Then, slowly, the lights inside the station began to dim. Not off. Just down. Like someone was turning a dial. And then the neon sign went dark. I backed up. Got in the car. Locked the doors. The man across the road hadn't moved. I turned the key. Engine roared to life. I didn't even bother finishing the fill-up. I threw it into gear and peeled out, tires screaming against the pavement. I checked the mirror once I got back to the main road. The man was gone. Back on the highway, the dread settled deeper into my gut. There was no escaping this. No matter where I turned, someone was waiting, watching. Every stop felt coordinated. Every face part of something I didn't understand. The people weren't working together in a traditional sense, no matching clothes, no visible signals. But they knew. Each one of them knew I wasn't supposed to be there, knew I was alone, knew how scared I was. And they enjoyed it. That was the worst part. They enjoyed it. Around 3 a.m., I finally saw another sign of life. A motel. Old, run down, but lit. Vacancy, the sign said in flickering red. I didn't want to stop, but I couldn't keep driving forever. I needed time to think, to breathe, to figure out how the hell to get out of this maze. I pulled in, shut off the engine, and just sat there for a minute, listening. Nothing but the wind. I grabbed my phone. Still no signal. But a new message had arrived anyway. Room 6, leave your key in the door. My mouth went dry. I checked the battery, 10% left. I looked at the motel office. The door was open. Inside, a man stood behind the counter, smiling. Same smile. Too wide. Too still. Like he'd been expecting me. I didn't get out of the car right away. I sat there with the engine idling, watching the office through the windshield, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to get out. The man behind the counter hadn't moved. He was just standing there, staring at the front door, not at me, not even out the window, but like he already knew I was watching him. I looked down at the message again. Room 6, leave your key in the door. No number, no sender. The phone still said no service. There was no reason I should have gotten that text, unless whoever sent it didn't need a network, unless they were already inside it. I looked back up at the man in the office. He was gone. I blinked and leaned forward, scanning the front window, but the counter was empty. I locked the doors again and killed the headlights. The motel was dark enough now that I felt exposed even sitting inside the car. The sign still buzzed above me, casting everything in red. I thought about turning around and driving away. I still could. The tank wasn't full, but it'd get me at least another 50 miles. That had to be far enough to get out of whatever trap I'd driven into, right? But something kept me parked. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was a need to understand what was really happening. I felt like I'd stepped into a script that everyone else had read but me. Everyone I'd met, the guy at the gas station, the waitress, the man in the hoodie, they all played their parts without blinking. And I was the outsider who didn't know the ending. That kind of fear gets inside you, makes you freeze, even when you know you should run. Finally, I turned off the ignition and got out. The gravel crunched beneath my shoes. Every step toward the motel office sounded louder than it should have, like the world was holding its breath. The office door creaked open with barely a push. No one inside. The air smelled faintly of mildew and old cigarettes. There was a lamp on the counter and a bell. The register was one of those old-school flip number types, dust-covered, barely functioning. A room key sat on the desk. Plastic fob, number 6, printed in faded black letters. I didn't want to touch it. I did anyway. When I picked it up, a piece of paper slid out from underneath it, small, yellowed, folded twice. It said, in neat block letters, "One night, that's all you get." That was it. No signature. No date. Just that sentence. I didn't want the room. I didn't want to stay. But something told me that if I left now without taking the key, without playing along, the thing chasing me wouldn't stop. Maybe it wouldn't stop even if I did. But at least if I stayed, maybe I'd learn something. Maybe I'd figure out what the hell this was. I walked out into the night again and found room 6 halfway down the strip. A single light flickered above the door. The curtains were drawn. The door was closed. I slid the key into the lock, and for a second, my hand hesitated. Then I turned it. The door opened. The room was normal. Ugly, sure. Pale yellow walls, mismatched furniture, carpet that looked like it hadn't been vacuumed since the 90s. But normal. And empty. No one inside. No sign of life. The bed was made. A single lamp glowed beside it. The bathroom door was slightly ajar. I stepped in, closed the door behind me, and locked it. I set the key on the nightstand and sat on the edge of the bed. I didn't take off my shoes. Didn't move much at all, actually. Just sat there and stared at the wall for what felt like hours. At some point, I must have dozed off. But I woke up to the sound of a knock. 3 sharp raps on the door. I sat bolt upright, adrenaline snapping me awake. I checked the time. 3:14 a.m. Of course it was. The knock came again. Then silence. I didn't move, didn't speak. Whoever was out there didn't knock again. Instead, I heard the soft tap, tap, tap of footsteps moving past my window. Slow. Deliberate. Then nothing. I waited 10 minutes before I got up. I opened the bathroom door first. Empty. Then I approached the window. I pulled the curtain back slowly, just an inch, and peered out. The parking lot was empty. No other cars. No sign of anyone walking. But on the hood of my car, in the condensation that had formed in the night, there was something written. Almost done. I stepped back and let the curtain fall shut. I didn't sleep again. Morning came too slowly. By the time the sky began to lighten, I was packed and standing by the door with my keys in one hand and the pepper spray in the other. I opened the door just as the motel office lights flicked on. The man from the night before, the one I'd seen behind the counter, was walking out with a cup of coffee. He looked at me, nodded once, and kept walking. Didn't speak. Didn't ask how I slept. Just walked across the lot and disappeared around the side of the building. I got in my car, started it, and for the first time since this whole nightmare began, I saw a single bar of signal appear on my phone. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, just long enough for one more message to come through. You'll forget all of this by tomorrow, but we won't. Then the signal disappeared again, and I drove away from room 6, praying the road ahead didn't lead me back to where I started. The highway stretched out ahead of me, empty and pale in the morning light. It looked peaceful, almost innocent, like it hadn't just swallowed me whole the night before. I kept driving. No music, no radio, just the hum of tires on asphalt and the occasional rattle from the loose panel near the glove box. I didn't stop. Not when I passed a diner, not when I passed a gas station, not even when the needle hovered close to empty again. I didn't trust any of it anymore. And I don't know how long I drove, maybe hours, maybe all day. I just kept going until the landscape began to change. The trees got taller, the air clearer. Fewer dead patches of road and more signs of life. I passed a sign that made me start to believe I might be okay. State line 3 miles. Crossing out of wherever I'd been felt like some sort of checkpoint in my head. Like the further I got from that motel, from Millersville, from the gas station and the man in the hoodie, the more I'd return to myself. But there was something else, something I hadn't expected. I couldn't remember the route I'd taken. Not exactly. When I tried to retrace it, to piece it together logically, it didn't add up. Roads that weren't on maps. Turns I never meant to make. The gas station. It wasn't listed anywhere I could find, not even in satellite view. Millersville? Too many results across different states. None of them looked familiar. Even the motel was a blank. I pulled into a bigger town sometime just after noon. It had a police station, a couple of fast food chains, even a grocery store with a parking lot full of cars. For the first time in over 24 hours, I felt like I wasn't alone in the worst possible way. I parked in front of the police station and walked in. No dramatics, no shouting. I just asked to speak to someone. The officer they sent out was a woman in her early 40s. She offered me coffee. I said yes, even though my hands were shaking too badly to hold the cup. "Take your time," she said, sliding a notepad across the table. "Just start from the beginning." So I told her. Everything. The gas station, the man, the truck with no plates, the people who always seemed to know where I'd be, the messages, the diner, the trailer, the motel. Room 6. I didn't leave anything out. She wrote things down, not everything, just enough. When I was finished, she nodded slowly and set her pen down. "Do you still have your phone?" she asked. I handed it over. She looked through it, saw the texts, the no service screen. She asked if I'd downloaded any new apps recently. I hadn't. Then she asked if she could take it in the back for a minute. I said sure. 15 minutes later, she came back and set the phone in front of me. "There's nothing there." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "No messages, no call logs, no location data, nothing from the last 48 hours, like it was wiped." I felt my breath catch in my throat. "I didn't delete anything." "I believe you." She wasn't patronizing. She sounded like she meant it, but the way she said it like this wasn't the first time someone had come in with a story like mine that unsettled me even more. Then she said something I'll never forget. "You'd be surprised how many people come through here with pieces of the same story, different details, same bones. Woman traveling alone, weird gas station, people watching from nowhere. A motel that doesn't show up on maps. They always end up here, or somewhere like here." I stared at her. "You're saying this happens a lot?" She hesitated. "I'm saying it's not unheard of." I swallowed hard. "So what is it?" She sighed, leaned back in her chair. "Could be people. Some weird ring of folks who like to mess with travelers. Could be something stranger. I don't pretend to know. But I do know this: everyone who makes it out, like you did, ends up changed. Not all of them physically, but they remember, even if no one else does." I didn't know what to say. I asked her what I was supposed to do now. She shrugged. "Go home. Let your people know you're okay. Get some sleep. And if you ever get another message, don't answer it." That night, I checked into a normal hotel. one with security cameras and a lobby full of tired families and businessmen eating vending machine snacks. I slept with the lights on. When I got back home 2 days later, everything looked the same. But I didn't feel the same. I checked my doors 3 times before bed. I stopped going for long drives alone. I traded my car, and a month later, even though nothing was wrong with it, just didn't like the memories attached. I told my sister everything. She believed me, or at least pretended to. She's good like that. Eventually, I went back to work. I tried to move on. And mostly, I did. But every so often I'd be walking through the grocery store or pumping gas or sitting in traffic, and I'd feel it. That same pressure. Like eyes on the back of my neck. Like someone was keeping track of me. Making sure I didn't talk too much. Or ask too many questions. I started writing it all down, every detail I could remember, in case it ever happened again, in case someone else needed to know they weren't losing their mind. I never heard from them again. Not directly. But one night, maybe 6 months later, I was cleaning out an old backpack I hadn't used since the trip, and I found something wedged deep in the bottom pocket. A key. Plastic fob. Room 6. No note. No explanation. Just the key. I didn't scream. Didn't panic. I just held it in my hand for a long time, then walked to the trash can and dropped it in. Because I wasn't going back. Not ever. Whatever game they were playing, whatever system they used to find people like me, I was done. I'd made it out, and that was enough. Let someone else take the room next time. I have a 6-year-old daughter named Ellie. She's bright, stubborn, always talking, and has that kind of imagination that swings between adorable and exhausting. If she's not talking about ponies that live in the garden, she's asking why clouds don't fall. She's just curious, always has been. Which is why I didn't think much of it when she said it the first time. I was tucking her in, pulling the blanket up under her chin, and she looked at me very calmly and said, "He watches me when the lights go out." I blinked, thought maybe I misheard. "Who does?" I asked, smoothing her hair. She pointed to the far corner of the room, just past her bookshelf. "The man." I smiled, the way you do when your kid says something strange, and tried to match her tone. "Is he scary?" She shrugged. "He doesn't blink." I paused. "Does he say anything?" "No," she said, "he just watches." It wasn't until after I kissed her goodnight and shut the door that it started to bother me. Not because I believed her. Not really. But because of how she said it. Like she was talking about the weather or what she had for lunch. No fear, just fact. I checked the room later that night. She was asleep by then, sprawled out diagonally across the bed the way kids do, one sock halfway off. I stood in the doorway for a full minute, staring at that corner she had pointed to. There was nothing there, no shadows, no weird reflections, just a stuffed bear on a shelf and the pink outline of a play tent folded up against the wall. I went back downstairs, turned on the telly, and told myself it was just a kid being a kid. The next night, she mentioned him again. I had barely sat down beside her when she said, "He didn't move last night. He just stayed there." My stomach tightened, but I kept my voice steady. "Ellie, are you dreaming about him?" She shook her head. "No, he's real." That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept checking the monitor we have in her room. It's basic, just audio and a fuzzy black and white screen, but enough to hear her if she called out. She didn't. Not once. But I woke up around 4 and found myself staring at the screen anyway, like I had been watching without remembering. The room was still. Ellie didn't mention him again for a few days after that. I let myself forget it. Told myself it was just something she saw in a cartoon, or maybe something another kid at school said. Kids pick up weird things. It didn't mean anything. Until Friday night. We had pizza and watched a movie in the living room. She fell asleep on the couch, so I carried her up to bed. She woke up just long enough to yawn and mumble, "He watches better when it's dark." I stopped in the hallway. "What?" She was already half asleep again, eyes fluttering shut. I tucked her in without saying anything else, but my mind was racing. That night, I ordered a nanny cam off Amazon, one with motion detection and night vision. I wasn't even sure why I was doing it, not because I believed in ghosts or anything like that. I just wanted to know if she was sleepwalking, or if someone outside could see into her window somehow. Something I could explain. The camera came the next day. I set it up on a high shelf across the room, aimed down at her bed in the corner she always pointed to. I connected it to an app on my phone, ran a few tests. Everything looked good. That night, I watched the feed from the living room. She went to bed like normal, a little chatter, a stuffed bunny tucked under one arm. I watched her roll around for a bit, then settle in. Nothing happened for over an hour. Just the usual movements. Her shifting in her sleep, the blanket sliding off one side. Then, right before midnight, she sat up. Slow. Not like she had been startled. Just sat up, completely calm, and stared directly at the camera. She didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. I turned the volume up. She whispered something. It was quiet, like she was talking into her pillow, but the mic caught it. He's behind the camera now. The screen glitched. Just for a second. Static, then black. When it came back, her bed was empty. I jumped up, phone clutched in one hand, and bolted up the stairs. Her door was closed. I opened it fast, not caring if I woke her. The room was empty. No Ellie in the bed, no blanket, no bunny. I called her name, checked under the bed, nothing. Pulled open the closet, empty. The bathroom next. Then my room. Then back down the stairs, calling her the whole way. It wasn't until I circled back through the kitchen that I saw her. She was sitting on the floor behind the island, holding her bunny, completely calm. Like she had just gotten up for a drink and sat down instead. She looked up at me and smiled. "He didn't follow me this time," she said. I didn't speak. I didn't know how. I carried her back upstairs without saying a word. She was light in my arms, warm, head resting on my shoulder like nothing had happened. like this was just another sleepy Sunday morning or a school night bedtime routine. I should have said something to her, asked who he was, why she said he didn't follow her. But I didn't. I think part of me was scared of what she'd say. When I got her back into bed, she yawned, turned over, and pulled the blanket up around her chin without a word. She was asleep again before I even left the room. I sat in the hallway outside her door for nearly an hour after that, just listening. For movement, for breathing, for anything. The camera feed never glitched again. I re-watched it at least 15 times that night. I thought maybe it had been a connection issue. Maybe she had slipped off screen too fast. Maybe my eyes had just filled in something that wasn't there. But every time, it was the same. She sat up. She looked straight into the lens. She whispered that he was behind the camera. Then the screen went black. And when it came back, the bed was empty. Not a blanket disturbed, no sound, just gone. The thing that kept running through my mind wasn't that she had moved, or even how she had ended up downstairs. It was what she said before it happened. He's behind the camera now. That phrase hit different every time I thought about it. Like it wasn't just her imagining something in the dark. It was her tracking it, knowing where it was, describing its position like it had shifted, like it had noticed me watching. I didn't sleep that night. In the morning, Ellie was completely normal. Pancakes with strawberries, brushed her teeth without me asking, picked out her own clothes. I kept waiting for her to say something about the man, about the night before, but she never did. I asked her once, gently, while I tied her shoes. "Do you remember coming downstairs last night?" She shrugged. I was just cold. That was it. Not scared, not confused, just cold. I walked her to school like always, waved goodbye at the gate, and the moment I got home, I went straight to the nanny cam footage again. I sat there watching every frame of it for the 5th or 6th time, heart pounding like I was waiting for something to jump out. And that was when I noticed something new. It was small, barely there, but at the edge of the frame, when Ellie first sits up and stares at the camera, there's a flicker of movement. Not from her, from the corner she always points to. The one she told me he stands in. The image pixelates just slightly, but it's there. A shape, not light, not shadow, something else, something wrong. It doesn't move like a person. It doesn't shift like someone adjusting their feet or turning their head. It folds somehow, like it compresses into the wall, and then the feed cuts out. I turned off the monitor, got up from the desk. I needed to do something. I took everything off that shelf, books, toys, the lamp, the camera itself. I moved the bed, swept underneath, opened every drawer. I checked the walls. Pressed my hand against the corner where she always says he stands. Knocked once, twice, nothing. Just paint and drywall. No cold spots, no sounds, no explanation. I almost left it there, almost gave up again, but something told me to check the closet. It was the one thing I hadn't really looked through since I installed the camera. Ellie's closet is small, just a sliding door, a row of dresses, a couple of shelves. I opened it slowly, expecting nothing. But the smell hit me first. Not bad, not mold or rot, but different, old. like dust and plastic and something that had been sealed for a long time. I moved her clothes aside. Behind the last dress was a panel. I had never noticed it before. Just a thin cutout in the back wall, about the size of a vent cover, except there were no screws, no frame. Just a rectangle flush with the wall, like someone had measured it and then pressed it in by hand. I tapped it. It sounded hollow. I didn't open it. Not yet. Instead, I closed the closet and sat down on the floor. And then I called my sister. She lives on the other side of the city, has 2 boys, both older than Ellie. I trust her, and more importantly, she never laughs at stuff like this. I told her everything, not just the recent stuff, but what Ellie had been saying for weeks. The staring, the whisper, the camera, the disappearing. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "You're not crazy." I felt like I could breathe again. She told me to bring Ellie over for a few nights, just to reset, to see what happened when she wasn't in the house. I said I would. But first, I had to know. So I waited until Ellie was at school the next day, waited until the sun was high and every light in the house was on. Then I went back to that panel. I got a butter knife from the kitchen and pried at the edge until it gave a little. It popped open with a soft, almost wet sound. Behind it was a dark, square cavity, no deeper than a foot, just space. And inside was a small cloth bag. I reached in and pulled it out. The bag was heavy, and when I opened it, I found 3 things. A single marble, a folded piece of paper, and a photograph of Ellie, sleeping. The photograph was the first thing I really saw, even though I had opened the note first. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. It was printed on cheap photo paper, slightly curled at the edges, like something developed at a pharmacy kiosk. The image was dark and grainy, clearly taken at night, but what stood out immediately was the shape of the bed, Ellie's bed, and the shape curled up in it. My daughter, sleeping, blanket twisted around her legs, hair fanned out across the pillow. I flipped it over, no date, no writing, just the photo. The lighting wasn't from the nanny cam. I knew that instantly. It wasn't from the shelf, wasn't from the hallway either. This had been taken from inside the room. Somewhere low, maybe crouched in the corner. I couldn't figure out the angle at first. Then I realized what bothered me the most. The frame was crooked, slightly tilted, like whoever took it had held the camera at a strange angle, or wasn't using their hands at all. My hands started shaking. I set the photo down on the bed and unfolded the paper. The creases were soft, like it had been folded and unfolded many times. On it, written in uneven handwriting, were only 4 words. "He stays when seen." That was it. Not signed, not dated, just a warning, or maybe a rule, something left behind by whoever had been in this room before. I didn't know what to do. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the wall, the tiny square panel still hanging open like a wound. Part of me wanted to run downstairs and call the police, but what would I say? That I found a photograph of my daughter sleeping in a hidden compartment in her closet, that a 6-year-old had been talking about a man who watches her from the corner and then vanished off a camera feed. I didn't even know if any of it meant anything, not in a way that made sense to someone outside this house. But I knew one thing. We were not staying. I packed a bag for Ellie and called the school, told them she would be out the next few days, no questions. They were kind about it. I picked her up early, brought her home, and tried to act normal while she ate lunch and watched cartoons. Then we drove across the city to my sister's place. When we got there, Ellie ran straight to her cousins. She lit up like nothing had ever been wrong. It almost made me cry. My sister could see it in my face, though. After the kids went to the other room, she handed me a glass of water and waited. I showed her the photo first. She didn't say anything for a long time, just stared at it. Then she asked, "Where did you find it?" I told her about the panel, the bag, the marble, the note. She kept her voice low, like we might wake something if we spoke too loud. "You think someone was in the house?" I nodded. "I don't think it. I know it." We went back and forth for a bit, trying to make sense of it. Who had lived in the house before us? Was it possible someone had come back? Was there a chance this wasn't what it looked like? I didn't have any good answers. That night, I slept on the pull-out couch. Ellie slept in the guest room with her cousins. I kept the photo and note folded in my bag next to me, even though it made my skin crawl to have them nearby. I checked on her 3 times before I finally let myself fall asleep. At around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of soft footsteps on the hardwood floor. I sat up quickly, eyes adjusting to the light from the street lamp outside. But there was no one there. Just quiet, and the feeling that something had moved just out of view. I got up and walked to the guest room. The door was half open. Inside, the 3 kids were asleep, curled up in a row like puppies. Ellie was in the middle, holding that same stuffed bunny she never goes anywhere without. Nothing seemed off. No windows open, no curtains moved. Still, I stepped in, and that was when I saw it. On the bedside table, just next to her pillow, was the marble, the one from the bag. I had left it behind, I know I did. It was still sitting in her room, on top of the dresser, when we left the house. I hadn't touched it, hadn't even packed anything from that drawer. But it was here now, sitting perfectly still. Not dusty, not scuffed, like it had just been placed there. I didn't wake her, I didn't scream. I picked up the marble, slipped it into my pocket, and backed out of the room. The next day, I drove back to the house alone. I needed to know who lived there before us, who built that panel, who left that note. I needed to know if this thing, this presence, started with Ellie, or if it had always been there, waiting for someone to see it. What I found out made everything worse. The office that handled our house sale was in a quiet building just off a roundabout. The kind of place with flickering lights in the stairwell and that old carpet smell that reminds you of dentist visits or school halls. I didn't know what I was looking for exactly. Records, maybe. A name. Some note buried in the paperwork that explained the hidden panel in Ellie's closet, or why there had been a photograph of her in it before we ever knew it existed. The woman at reception remembered me, which was a small relief. I gave her our address and said I wanted to speak to whoever had handled the transfer when we bought the place. She checked something on her screen and nodded, then led me into a back room with a folder already in hand. She spread the pages out in front of me. Most of it was normal, legal language, signatures, dates. The seller had gone through a management company that specialized in estates and repossessed homes. I had not thought much of it at the time. The price had been good and we were in a rush. I asked, "Who owned it before that?" She frowned and checked the screen again. "It looks like it was left vacant for several years. The city held it briefly, then it was sold to a private landlord. He rented it out for a while, then it came to us." "Do you have his name?" She hesitated. "Technically, I am not supposed to give out former owner information unless it is a legal matter." I didn't blink. It might become one. That changed her face slightly, not fear, but recognition. She nodded slowly, then scribbled a name and number on a post-it note and handed it to me. His name was Arthur Fenn. The address listed was outside the city, maybe 40 minutes away. I drove there right after. The building was one of those long rectangular flats stacked in concrete, cracked balconies and rusted handrails. His name was on the buzzer. I pressed it. Nothing. I waited, tried again. Eventually someone buzzed me in without asking who I was. I climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. Arthur Fenn opened it in a bathrobe. He looked like he had not slept in a week. Hair wild, skin pale, the kind of eyes that never fully landed on you. I introduced myself, told him I now lived in the house he used to own. He did not blink. Then he stepped aside and said, "You should not have come here." Inside, the flat was dim and smelled faintly like burnt wood. Not smoke exactly, just scorched air. He gestured for me to sit but did not follow, just leaned against the counter, arms folded. I told him about the photograph, the note, the marble. I told him about Ellie, about the nanny cam, the voice, the screen going black. He stayed quiet the whole time, not nodding, not reacting. When I finished, he asked, "Did she draw him yet?" I stared at him. "What?" He reached behind a stack of old magazines and pulled out a piece of paper. A child's drawing, faded crayon lines, all dark colors. It showed a figure in the corner of a bedroom, taller than the furniture, no face. Only the eyes. Circles drawn over and over, pressing through the paper. He handed it to me. "My daughter drew that," he said. I did not speak, could not. She was 6, same as yours. She saw him too. Said he stood in the corner every night. Said he got closer when she stopped looking at him. Said he would only stay still if she kept her eyes on him. I asked, "Where is she now?" He looked away. "She lives with her mother. They moved, changed her name. They do not talk to me anymore. They do not even let me call." I felt a tightness in my chest. He continued, "I put the panel in the closet. I made it look like it had always been there. I thought if I gave him somewhere to stay, he would leave her alone." My voice was barely above a whisper. "Did it work?" "No," he said. There was nothing else to say. I took the drawing and left. Back in the car, I held it up in the light. The figure was just scribbles, but something about it made my hands shake. The way the corners were darkened. The way the face was just blank, except those huge eyes. I drove home. Not to my sister's. To my house. I needed to see the closet again. Needed to open the panel one more time. I do not know what I thought I would find. Maybe another note. Maybe a name. maybe a clue that would tie all of this together. But when I got to Ellie's room and pulled open the closet, the panel was gone. Not just closed. Gone. The wall was smooth, repainted. I ran my hand along the spot, tapped, nothing, solid all the way through. I opened every drawer, pulled out every toy, every shoe. I even moved the bed. The panel had vanished. I sat on the floor and stared at the empty space where it had been. Then I heard the soft sound of something rolling. I turned. The marble had come out of my pocket and was now moving across the floor on its own. Not fast. Just steady. It rolled until it hit the wall where the panel used to be. Then it stopped. I picked up the marble and held it in my hand for a long time, just staring at it. It felt warm again. Not like body heat, not like something that had been in my pocket. It felt warm in a way that suggested it had been held by something else, something that was not me. I didn't put it back in my pocket this time. I took it outside, walked to the end of the garden, and threw it over the fence. Not hard. I just wanted it to be gone. I watched it bounce once in the dirt before it disappeared into the bushes beyond. I stood there for a moment, like I expected something to happen, but the air was still and quiet. I went back inside and packed a few more things. I was done pretending this could be reasoned with, done assuming it would stop on its own. Ellie was staying with my sister. That part was final. What I had to decide now was whether or not I should go back to the house at all. But the next morning the marble was in my car. It was sitting in the cup holder between the seats, like someone had gently placed it there, clean, unmarked, like it had never left my hand. I did not scream. I did not even speak. I just started driving. I went straight back to the house, parked in the driveway, and walked in without hesitation. The air felt different the moment I stepped inside, thicker, heavier, like the house was waiting. Like it had settled into itself and was finally aware that I was alone. I left the front door open. In Ellie's room, I stood in front of the closet again. I pressed my hands against the wall where the panel had been, still smooth, still solid, but I could feel something behind it, not air. Not space, just pressure, like the wall was holding something back. I sat down on the edge of her bed. The room was quiet. I looked at the shelf where the nanny cam had been. I had unplugged it days ago. It was still there, facing the same direction, angled just slightly toward the corner. I turned it on again and opened the feed on my phone. The image came through clear. Nothing unusual, no movement, no shapes. Then, as I watched, I saw the closet door begin to slide open. Slow, smooth, not a sound. Just a few inches. I lowered the phone and looked directly at it. It was still. Closed tight. I checked the feed again. Still open. I got up and crossed the room, yanked the closet door all the way open. Nothing inside. Just the same clothes, same boxes. But I knew now I was not going to find it that easily. That afternoon I picked up Ellie from my sister's place. She was quiet on the drive back, but not in a sad way, just thoughtful, staring out the window, holding her bunny in her lap. Halfway home she said, "You saw him, didn't you?" I almost pulled the car over. I said, "What do you mean?" She looked at me, her voice calm. "You look too long. He knows you now." I did not speak, could not. She turned back to the window. That night I did not sleep. I sat in the living room with every light on and the nanny cam feed open on my phone. Ellie was safe with me, curled up on the couch. I kept her close. I did not let her sleep in her room again. At 1:40, the screen glitched. Just for a moment. Then it showed the hallway instead of the bedroom, like the camera had moved, but it had not. Then it cut to black. When it came back, there was a new image. It was not a video. It was a photograph. Ellie in bed, sleeping, taken from above. I checked the camera again, still in place. But the screen on my phone had changed. It was frozen on the image. When I restarted the app, the feed returned to normal. No one in the room. No sound. But the photograph was now saved in my phone's gallery. I did not take it. And it had been taken from an angle I could not explain. I showed Ellie the photo the next morning. I should not have. But I needed to see her reaction. I needed to know if she would say something. Her face was still, but her voice cracked just slightly. "He gets closer when you try to catch him." I asked her, "What happens if he gets too close?" She shook her head. "He does not want to be close. He just wants to be known." I asked her what that meant. She looked down at her bunny. "It means you should not look too long." That afternoon, I went through her old drawings. There were hundreds. Some on lined paper, some on scraps. Most were normal. Animals, flowers, a lot of rainbows. But buried between them was one I had never seen. It was of her room, drawn from the perspective of the bed. And in the corner, just like she had said, was a tall shape. No face, just eyes. Too many eyes. Drawn over and over again. I sat with that drawing in my lap for a long time. I realized this had never been about the house. It had always been about attention, about recognition. And I had seen him. I did not go back into Ellie's room again after that last drawing. I left the paper on the table, folded once down the middle so the figure would not be visible. That shape, with those eyes, it was not something a child should know how to draw, not in that kind of detail, not with that kind of pressure in the lines. You could feel her fear in it, even though she had never once said she was scared. I talked to her again that night, gently. I asked her what he wanted. She said he did not want anything. "He does not need anything," she said. "He just watches, and he stays when you see him." She kept saying that part, that he stays, like it was a rule, like it was already too late. The house felt different now, even with the lights on, even with music playing and the windows open. There was something still pressing in from the edges. I started noticing things I had missed before. The way the hallway stayed cooler than the rest of the house, the way the air in Ellie's room never quite cleared, even with the window wide open. There was always something lingering, a weight. The marble showed up again. I found it in the freezer, tucked behind a bag of peas, resting on the edge of the ice tray. I had thrown it away, again, wrapped it in a bag and dropped it in a public bin near the park 2 days earlier. I had watched a truck take that rubbish away. But there it was, perfectly round, perfectly still. I did not touch it. I closed the freezer, grabbed Ellie's things, and told her we were going on a trip. She asked where. I said, somewhere without corners. She smiled. We went back to my sister's for a while, a long while. I made up excuses at first, said the pipes had leaked, said the ceiling was being fixed, but eventually I told her the truth, or enough of it. I said we could not stay there, that the house was not right, that something in it watched us, and it had started with Ellie and spread to me. She did not roll her eyes. She did not laugh. She just nodded once and helped me find somewhere new. We moved 2 months later. A small flat on the other side of the city, bright, plain, nothing old, nothing hidden, no panels, no closets you could crawl into. I picked a building with central heating and no attic. No crawl space, no basement. The windows lock with keys, and I check every one twice a night. I leave no door cracked open, no blind pulled halfway. There is nowhere for anything to stand and watch. And for a while that was enough. Ellie stopped talking about him. She slept through the night. Her drawings turned back to animals and flowers and stars. We threw out the nanny cam. We threw out the marble. I burned the photo. Every trace of him gone. Or so I thought. Because 2 nights ago she woke me up again. She was standing at the side of my bed, not crying, just waiting. I sat up fast, already tense. "What is it?" I asked. She held something out to me. A scrap of paper. Another drawing. This one showed 2 beds, hers and mine. She had drawn herself sleeping in one and me in the other. And in between, tall and dark, was the same figure. He was standing in the hallway. I looked up at her. Her voice was flat. "He is not in my room anymore." That was the moment I knew what I had to do. I went back to the house the next morning, alone. It was still empty. I had stopped trying to rent it out weeks before. Something in me had known this day was coming. I brought a crowbar and gloves. I did not know exactly what I planned to do, only that it had to end. I went into Ellie's room first. The closet was back to how it had always been, but I knew the spot. I tore the panel open again, not carefully, not like before. This time I broke it, smashed the edge until it gave way. The cavity was empty. No bag, no note, no marble. I moved to the corner, the one she had always pointed to. I tore the drywall open. Behind it, there was no insulation. Just space. A small crawl gap, narrow, like it was not meant to be seen. I shone my torch inside. There were drawings, dozens, taped to the inside of the wall. All of them showed the same figure, the same posture, the same eyes. Some were signed with names I did not recognize. One said, in a child's careful print, "He stands where your eyes cannot." I set fire to every one of them. Right there in the crawl space. I stayed until the paint bubbled and the smoke reached my eyes. Then I walked out. The fire was small, contained, but it did enough damage to the structure that the house was declared unsafe. I sold the land to the council for almost nothing. I watched them bulldoze the frame 5 weeks later. Ellie never asked about it. She never mentioned the man again. That was almost a year ago. She is 7 now. She sleeps with the light off again. She does not look at corners. Neither do I. And when I check her room each night before I go to bed, I make sure to keep my eyes straight ahead.